You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Jerry Barmash. Another train has derailed in Ohio.
20 cars from a Norfolk Southern train jumped the tracks in Springfield, Ohio, but no hazardous materials were involved this time.
The crew from owner-operator of the Railway Norfolk Southern, Clark County Hazmat Team, and the Ohio Environmental Protection Agency each independently examined the crash site and verified there was no evidence of spillage at the site.
That's Springfield Township Fire Chief Dave Mangle. Clark County Emergency Management did tell people to shelter in place as a precaution, but that has since been lifted. I'm John Schaefer.
Former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson finds former President Trump's declaration to be the retribution of his supporters if elected troubling.
When he talks about vengeance, he's talking about his personal vendettas, and that's not healthy for America. It's certainly not healthy for our party.
The Republican Hutchinson appeared on CNN's State of the Union. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis took a shot at California Governor Gavin Newsom during a speech Sunday at the Ronald Reagan Library. In comparing the state's handling of the COVID-19 pandemic, DeSantis said, quote, "We have had a great experiment, a great test in governing philosophies," Fox News reported. Senator Joe Manchin says he'll decide his political future at the end of the year. Appearing on CBS's Face the Nation, the West Virginia Democrat said there's plenty of time for the elections. President Biden is commemorating the 58th anniversary of Bloody Sunday in Selma, Alabama.
600 believers put faith in action to march across that bridge named after the Grand Dragon of the KKK. They're on their way to the state capital of Montgomery to claim their fundamental right to vote, laid in the bedrock of our Constitution.
Biden joined civil rights leaders in marching across the bridge. This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
An endangered species is making a comeback.
Scientists have documented over 200 Mexican gray wolves in the U.S. for the first time in 25 years.
Their greatest love in life is puppies, and so we can do cross-fostering because they're still so maternal and paternal that they'll actually adopt.
Sierra McIsaac at the California Wolf Center east of San Diego says they fund programs that scare wolves away from ranches and farms and will pay owners who are willing to allow a wolf den to stay put on their land. Efforts to reintroduce the endangered species began more than 2 decades ago. I'm Jeremy Scott.
An Idaho family is counting their lucky stars after being attacked by a moose while snowboarding last week. Jeremiah Bigelow said the moose did a false charge 20 feet away from them.
She drops her head and just charges right at us. And I said, oh, shoot.
The family was able to escape unharmed. Gas prices are up a penny today. AAA puts the national average at $3.40 a gallon. Mississippi is the low-price leader, with drivers in the Magnolia State paying $2.95 a gallon on average. William Byron circled victory lane in style, taking the checkered flag at the Pennzoil 400 from Las Vegas's Motor Speedway. It was Byron's 5th NASCAR Cup Series win. Kyle Larson came in second. Alex Bowman finished third. Creed 3 is scoring a decisive win, a projected $59 million this weekend in U.S. and Canada theaters. I'm Jerry Barmash, USA News.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're going to hear from all our friends. We're going to do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, It don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
I do believe that would be my cue. Just like that, wow. Well, here we are again, wrapping up another weekend. Close out that first weekend for the month of March. And get set to do it all over again. Back to the old grind, right? Make our way into a Monday, 6th day of March. So there you go. They do go by so quickly, don't they? The weekends, that is. So what's going on in your world? Welcome in, welcome aboard, settle in, relax. We've got a full 5 hours coming your way. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. Here we are in the secret bunker. Not a bad night, 45 degrees. Clear skies, the moon and stars shining bright. The moon looking full, not quite just yet. Yeah, final full moon of the winter will actually be rising Tuesday night. So there you go. Final winter full moon of the winter. Here we are in the month of March, so yes, spring officially arrives here in a couple weeks. But it's still going to be feeling winter-like for some. Matter of fact, looking at some of the models for the rest of March, even into portions of early April, it doesn't look like we're really done with winter weather yet. Going to be a big change in the pattern, eastern portions of the country. Yeah, unlike a majority of the winter, the cold has been confined to the northern and more often than not the western reaches of the country. And we start off the new week with an active storm traversing the northern tier of the country, as a matter of fact. Wintry weather from Montana all the way over into Michigan, and eventually it'll be heading into the northeast. Yeah, not quite the accumulations we saw with our late last week storm. 10 inches of snow for areas in parts of Wisconsin and Michigan. A little lesser amounts. That's why we're seeing more winter weather advisories versus the winter storm warnings. Meanwhile, out in California, as every time a storm comes in, we're adding feet and feet of snow, needed snow, to the higher elevations there. We're going to do more of that over the next several days, several additional feet of snow throughout the Sierra Nevada mountains. Things are really adding up, incredible numbers there. And I don't think the folks are going to complain. The storm on the northern tier of the country, though, it's going to be bringing snow on about an 1,800-mile swath from the northern plains to the interior northeast early this week. Again, not packing quite the punch of its predecessor, but snow was breaking out over the Dakotas Sunday morning. More than 6 inches already reported near New Salem and St. Anthony, North Dakota, by Sunday afternoon. Overnight tonight, the snow extending across much of North Dakota to Minnesota and western portions of Wisconsin. Minneapolis, maybe a few inches of accumulating snow overnight and through the upcoming day here to get the new week started. In many areas from Minnesota to Wisconsin, high temperatures were above freezing through much of the day Sunday. So the snow began much later in the day, but will continue through the overnight hours tonight. All right, there will be a narrow swath of 6 to 12-inch accumulations localized approaching 16 inches across portions of the Dakotas and Minnesota, eventually reaching into Wisconsin and northern Michigan for your back-to-work Monday. It may be a slow commute to school or work with slippery and slower than normal conditions from Bismarck, North Dakota to Minneapolis and Green Bay, Wisconsin. Matter of fact, portions of the interior Northeast could experience another dose of wintry weather later on Monday into Monday night. From, say, southeast Ontario into the southern tier of New York, there will be a band of a few inches or more possible for places like New York City, where the pretty much snow drought continues. The storm can start as some rain on Monday evening. It may mix over and change into a bit of snow later on Monday night, but should not be causing much of any issue on the roadways. Most of the accumulations on the cars and the grassy areas, things of that nature. Unseasonably cold air will become entrenched across the northern states, the north central states, and the northeastern tier of the country in the wake of this storm. That may result in more opportunities for wintry weather as at least one large storm crosses the country later this week. So there you go. As we get things underway on a Monday. Several folks had sent me messages and emails. I know 5-7 had checked in the news of a tanker explosion in Maryland. He's Knucklebuster sent me a message. I hope and pray that wasn't horse feathers. No, it was not. That's the good news. But what a mess. They're not saying, horse feathers maybe can update us on this, because was it propane? I think it was a gas hauler. But the tanker crashed and exploded, and it was the proverbial like a bomb going off with many homes, some homes actually destroyed. The driver of the truck was killed in that crash. One family with children escaped their homes, but the home lost. U.S. Route 15 was where this occurred, and it was closed for hours as firefighters battled the flames and a large brush fire. And, of course, the hazmat team worked to contain the hazardous spill. Things reopened by Sunday morning. This crash was on Saturday, by the way. The fire chief had a press conference, said multiple calls had come in for a house fire and a vehicle explosion. The tanker truck crashed and overturned while carrying, they say, a flammable liquid and became completely engulfed in flames. The subsequent explosion sent flames and heavy smoke into the surrounding area. One of those homes was extensively damaged. Obviously, the residents displaced there. Another resident said his home was destroyed, heard the explosion, went outside and realized the flames had already spread over the side walls of his home. At that moment, I just thought, I got to get the kids out. The kids were in the house. Thankful to the neighbors behind me to come and help and check to make sure everybody was okay. They helped me get my children out. The Red Cross has come in to help, offering them 3 nights at a hotel. 2 other homes had some minor damage. Officials initially said as many as 6 homes were damaged. Several vehicles also caught fire. Nearby residents captured photos and videos of the tanker exploding, shared those via social media. Footage showed what appeared to be a huge fireball and plume of smoke shooting into the air. All right, so prayers for the family there, but it was not our friend Horse Feathers there in Maryland. This story does not name the driver. So one of our top industry headlines from over the weekend. Boy, got a lot to cover as we get the new week started here. How about, I know Monkey Gouger is kind of pleased with the start of the NASCAR season. We are 3 races in, and we are 3 times Chevrolet being in the winner's circle. This past day, it was Las Vegas Motor Speedway. William Byron kind of dominated the day, regaining the lead in overtime, claiming his first win of the 2023 season. There you go, Chevrolet once again. It's like Kyle Larson finished second, Alex Bowman finishing third at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. As we kick things off around the country, it's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed. Philly Dan, you are correct. Dan says, good morning, crew. Weekend goes by so fast. Stay safe out there. I'll vouch for that. Hello to Debbie out there in southern Montana, 21, with some blowing and drifting snow. Roads are very slick tonight. Accidents all over the passes in south central Montana. The chain laws are up. Chains are required over the mountain passes there. All right. Well, it's a different tale of two worlds as you head over to the other side of the world, into the land down under, where Sylvester says it's 96 degrees. 96 perfect skies. In just over a week, we'll be heading that way. Can't wait to see y'all at the Mid-America Truck Show. We'll actually be there on the 31st. All right, so that's the Friday of the show. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, March 30th through April 1st. A good afternoon. Hammer down, drivers. There's Larry. Be safe out there. Hillbilly Tex, crank it up. Let's go. We got 49 degrees, clear skies, tipping the hat, ringing the cowbell off exit 81 off the big I-75, and I believe Hillbilly Tex is celebrating a birthday today. Happy birthday, Tex. 65 years young today. All right, how about that? We're going to sing happy birthday. Copy the mail, 5-7. There's Pappy, 43 degrees in Harrison, Ohio, Monday. Let's get this week started. Let it roll. Marianne joins us this early Monday. Good morning, Steve, and our overnight family. Everybody have a great day. There's Canadian Terry. Let's see. Port Huron, Michigan, 34 degrees as we head toward Tennessee. Starting to feel a bit more like spring, more and more every day. It was good to hear the Lone Ranger update call last week from Arizona. Everybody be safe. There you go. Good to have you with us, Canadian Terry. There's Rock Pick. Happy Monday, Steve. Truck drivers. third shift workers and those wise old night owls. Here we are checking in from Rochester, New York, 31 degrees, partly cloudy. Let's see, I did not find a Rumble link for today's show. Everybody be safe and enjoy. All right, who else checking in there? Northwest Illinois, 44 degrees. Winds, a few showers, a rumble of thunder around Northwest Illinois tonight. Hello to the Michigan Madman here on a Monday. There's the right-wing nut. Good morning from Sanders, Arizona. Yes, some high clouds, 41 degrees at this hour. John Ferguson, morning, Steve, and fellow overnighters. It's been a good weekend. Revival in the air everywhere. Yeah, ongoing till Wednesday at the church house. Let's see, but as we all know so well, duty calls. The GM parts train almost to Grand Rapids for a few hours of rest and get a week off next week. Everybody stay safe out there, drivers. All right, I saw the update from our friend Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler over the weekend. Of course, I got the word about a week ago that his wife had been diagnosed with breast cancer. Update he shared on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive fan page. My hot blonde wife, Deanna, has her breast cancer surgery date for April 4th. She'll have a double mastectomy with reconstruction if all goes well. The surgeons will take a lymph node sample while doing the procedure and test that on site. If the sample tests negative, she could possibly even avoid radiation. Now, I'm not real happy with the 1 month waiting period. However, we have to trust God first and the doctors in this process. Others are sicker than Deanna. However, it's difficult to wait. She's very positive and trusts fully in him. The Lord is telling me only to rest in him. He provides no outcome, good or bad, only to rest and trust in him. Yeah, we're living our lives right now as worry and negativity is unhealthy. We ask those of you that feel inclined to pray. Ask for the cancer to be completely gone in this 4-week period. Thank you so much for the love and the concern from all of you. The trucking family. We operate in the best in the world. An industry I'm proud to be a part of. So thank you to all. So, there you go. Update. Hope all goes well, and obviously he'll keep us up to speed on that. Priorities, right? Well, what day of the week is it? Well, for some people, it's their favorite day, the best day of the week. What's going on, Captain Ron?
It's the greatest day of the week. See, we made it to another one, I see.
Yes, sir.
Have a good weekend?
Yeah, I did. Yeah. Like I said, quickie, but boy, here we are back on Monday. Boom.
Back here we go. They fly by, and as you get older, they go by faster. But mine was a pretty good weekend. It was pretty expensive. I had to replace a couple of tires on my car. I got the back tires a couple months ago, and he says, "How much do you think they went up?" And those original tires I bought, about 5 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, "What? They doubled?" He said, "No, they went up $3."
Oh.
So that was a couple of months ago. Well, when I got in there Friday to get the same tire, the other two, they went up $30 each. That was a pretty big jump in just a couple of months, I thought.
No doubt. That's pretty sizable, yeah.
Yeah, so anyway, I got those done, and the oil change, and oil change was $75. What happened to our $30 oil changes?
Exactly, yep.
I got the synthetic blend oil, but $25 for the oil change. But yeah, there went $400. Then I found out my rent's going up too. It's going up $400 a month. So what are you gonna do? I mean, I can't get it any cheaper if I were to try to move somewhere. My daughter's renting a 2-bedroom apartment. She's gonna be moving in 6 or 7 months, so she just rented an apartment. She stayed with us after her old lease ran out at her old place.
Mm-hmm.
The rent on that apartment is almost $2,500 for a 2-bedroom.
For a rental no less.
For rent outside of Clearwater Beach. I mean, it's Clearwater, but the prices are insane on rental properties now. Mine's only going to be $1,800 for a 2-bedroom condo, but I couldn't believe when she said the price of that condo.
Those are
Did you watch any
insane numbers.
Yeah, they're crazy, and I guess they're getting it because they can.
Yeah.
There's not many houses to buy in the area, but anyway, I see you're up against the clock, so thanks for taking my phone call. That's all I got for right now, I suppose.
Well, happy Monday. Happy. Yeah, all right. Safe travels out there. Yeah, we will get a news break coming up here. Looks like Horse Feather said something about you can't get rid of me that easy. It's 844-844-3388.
USA News Update. Yesterday's train derailment in Springfield, Ohio, did not yield any safety concerns for residents. Officials say there were no toxic chemicals in any of the 20 cars that left the rails. President Biden says he's fighting against those who are trying to keep certain parts of African American history from being taught in the classroom. Biden spoke today at the Edmund Pettus Bridge, commemorating the 58th anniversary of Selma, Alabama's Bloody Sunday. The White House says Biden will unveil his budget proposal during a visit to Philadelphia this week. The president has hinted his proposal would cut the federal deficit by more than $2 trillion over 10 years. West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin says he'll decide his political future by the end of the year. The Democrat is up for re-election in 2024 and is also a possible presidential candidate. Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Attention, small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You may be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee through the Employee Retention Credit. Call Omega Accounting Solutions to see if your business is eligible to recover payroll tax paid during the pandemic. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute consultation to determine your qualifications. Call Omega Accounting Solutions at 800-300-9ERC. Omega's knowledgeable staff will streamline the process of filing complicated paperwork. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. CPAs even turn to Omega for ERC guidance. Take advantage of this exclusive small business tax credit before it's too late. The 3-year sunset deadline is setting soon. So find out if you qualify today. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredits.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, yes, indeed. Phone lines open here on a Monday. It's 844-844-3388. From the email bag, good morning, Steve and the overnight crew. Everybody have a safe day out there. Looking forward to next weekend. Headed down to Big Gatlinburg, a little vacation. Everybody have a safe day from your friend Big John. There you go, Gatlinburg, Tennessee. Yeah, these stories happen all too often out west. People like to head out to the mountains, do a little hiking, but you got to pay attention to the weather. Teens rescued days after days being stuck in the snowstorm in Southern California, when his 17-year-old son and a friend of his headed out for a 10-day trek in the Southern California mountains. Cesar Ramirez says he wasn't too worried. They were avid hikers, plenty of food in their backpacks, a tent, snowshoes, extensive training, and aspirations to join the military. But when the snow began to pummel the mountains east of L.A. by the footload, and Ramirez lost track with them, lost contact through a tracking app, he got a hold of the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. They dispatched a helicopter to the boys' last known location, ultimately followed their foot tracks, spotted and rescued them. By which point in time, Ramirez's son had lost his jacket to the wind. Their tent had broken. He said, they told us we were convinced we were going to die. But the dramatic rescue as California struggles to dig out in some of the mountain communities as much as 10 feet of snow after back-to-back storms pummeled the state. Gavin Newsom declared states of emergency in 13 counties, including San Bernardino County, where that massive snow closed roads, power outages, collapsed roofs, trapped people in their homes for days. I mean, saw some photos, people sharing where they had opened their front door and the snow was above the top of the door line. How do you get out of your house when something like that's going on? It's crazy. San Bernardino County Sheriff said the boys were slightly hypothermic, lucky to be alive. After huddling together for 3 nights to stay warm. Now, he said they were well prepared for the hike, but not prepared for the massive amounts of snow. Yeah, they knew there was weather coming in. I don't think they expected these kind of numbers, though. In a separate rescue operation further north, in Inyo County, a man was found waving inside his partly covered vehicle after the Highway Patrol identified a cell phone ping linked to him and sent out a helicopter crew there. He drove out from the community of Big Pine, last heard from on February the 24th, according to authorities in the county on the eastern side of the Sierra Nevada. Of course, another strong storm dumped more snow Saturday on northern California mountain areas. Several additional feet of snow. Back-to-back storms. Some areas, picked up 10 feet of snowfall. Hard to imagine. What you say, Horse Feathers?
Morning, Your Honor. Morning, Your Honor. Trust you all had a good weekend.
Well, here we are, back to the old grind. So, I guess in your
great.
local community news, have they said was that a gas tanker, or what was that tanker hauling?
Tell you the truth, I haven't seen any news since the last time I talked to you. So, haven't had the TV on, didn't know nothing about it. Got a text message from Knucklebuster, and then I see the 5'7" sauce guy there. He raised a question on Facebook, and that's about as much as I know about it. I'd probably watch the same news video thing that probably Knucklebuster probably had sent to you, but from the sounds of it, I would assume you're correct in saying it was a gasoline tanker by the sounds of it. And US 15 in that area, Frederick, that it goes down through there, that's limited access highway. So you have at least 4 or 6 lanes, 2 or 3 in each direction with the exit ramps there, all limited access. So whatever happened, must have been an incident up on the highway that either caused the truck to overturn up on the highway or careen off the highway and down and down into towards the residential area, because that highway does run through a lot of residential areas. So it's right out there. Fort Detrick's out that way too. Fort Detrick's a good ways off of 15 to the west. So something happening there on the highway wouldn't really affect issues at the port itself, but they're within a mile or two of that area there. So but again, anything can happen anywhere at any time and any day of the week,
Yes,
so
sir.
You just never know. So anyways, I don't know, other than that, things are pretty quiet there. And I wasn't even out on the road Saturday morning there. Our business has not gotten busy to begin with. It kind of had a little takeoff there in December with that cold snap, but we haven't had, as you were saying, hardly any weather here whatsoever, and I haven't even gotten a total of a whole inch yet for the whole winter. So
wow.
At the house, and so yeah, we're just dealing with just kind of a cool, mild winter. So things are already in the gearing down. The propane delivery people, they've already notified all their employees that overtime is not allowed. So whatever you're done doing at the end of your regular scheduled day, make sure you're back to punch out at the end of the day, because you're not getting paid any overtime. So we're already slowed down into spring, going into thinking about summer mode here.
Wow.
But
that's when things
other
start
than that,
slowing down, right?
Absolutely, yeah. All the extra help that they've hired for wintertime there, they all need to go back and start finding their work, hauling mulch or whatever, farm stuff that they do and what they do through the spring, summer, and fall, and get back doing their thing, because their paychecks are getting cut pretty hard too, because they're not they're not, there's just not enough work to go around. So, but anyways, that's normal. Every year this starts rolling around. Sometime, usually it's by the mid to late March, and this year we're starting it at the end of February, going into March. So, but I guess that goes with all the flowers being out, because we got all our crocuses, daffodils, and forsythias are starting to come out. We got red blossoms on the trees. The maples and stuff are starting to get the red blossoms on it. And I'm sure at some point you and the Yankee weather gods are going to say, ha ha, watch this. And we're going to get a nice hard frost and kill everything.
Yep. I have a sneaky suspicion we might be doing that. Yes, sir.
Yeah. I know how you and Yankee weather gods work. We've seen it in the past, Your Honor. You have a track record, But anyways, other than that, I guess that's about what we got going for you. As you said, it's pretty calm. I don't know. We got about 39 degrees, so we're a little more chilly over here than you guys are, but clear and see the stars and that. So are we still looking at that Venus Jupiter thing? Is that still flying around up there?
Yes, it is. I mean, they're separating a little more. Last night, 20. I guess that would have been Saturday night into Sunday morning. They were almost, due north and south, one on top of the other, but shining bright.
Okay. All right. And then did our SpaceX, did we dock with the International Space Station? I guess we didn't get an update on that I heard anyways.
Yes.
If we got all docked up fine and everybody's happy?
Everything went A-OK. They docked as anticipated there on Friday morning. I guess I could have carried the actual where they opened the hatch and welcomed them aboard. Think here in about 5. So I think you've got a total of 11 people on the space station right now. I believe 4 or 5 are going to return in about 4 to 5 days.
Sounds like quite the party going on up there if they got that many up there.
Yes, no doubt.
All right, then. Well, that's about what we got going for you. And as you said, you can't get rid of me that easy, so I'm still out here doing my thing.
Well, that's good news. That's what we wanted to hear, right? All right. Thank you much. Happy Monday. We'll chat later. Yeah, the update a day after the launch from the Kennedy Space Center, which we carried, of course, live. The Crew Dragon spacecraft docked at the ISS. That was early Friday morning. 2 NASA astronauts, 1 Russian cosmonaut, and a United Arab Emirates astronaut. So they're there for a 6-month stay. Let's see, the docking came a little bit later than planned, with engineers developing and tested a software patch to work around a faulty sensor on one of the 12 hooks that they need to lock the Crew Dragon in place on the station. After a brief scenic detour, welcome to the International Space Station, was the word from the communications director there in Mission Control. So all's going according to plan at this point in time. Hatch opened about 2 hours after docking. The crew finally floated into the space station, welcomed aboard there by the other crew. So it's a full house pretty much right now. Big family. And our number, 844-844-3388. Wide open lines on a Monday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
If you were with us that morning, go back to Thursday the 23rd. If memory serves, it was somewhere, about 3 o'clock Eastern time, hitting up on that midnight hour on the West Coast when someone had emailed me a link to the scenario where this white powder was falling from the sky in several states there in the Northeast. Couldn't find any mainstream media news about it at that particular point in time. But there were numerous, less well-known sites, some of which, kind of covered conspiracy theory kind of things. So I didn't really know what the deal was. Now, we actually have a legitimate update from American Military News over the weekend. The mysterious dust that fell from the sky in multiple states late February, drawing an uncertain response from officials and baffling local residents who shared photos of their cars covered in this fine powder. I remember seeing numerous photographs. The dust fell over parts of West Virginia, Northern Virginia, and Maryland the night of Thursday, February 23rd, according to the Associated Press. In a statement the next day, West Virginia's Department of Environmental Protection acknowledged a, quote, large amounts of dust across multiple counties, but said no obvious sources had been identified at the time. Now, most of us had seen the videos and the photos on social media that appeared to show vehicles covered in that fine layer of powder. One video shared via social media showed a truck covered in the substance, followed by several other pictures of coated vehicles. Another video appeared to show home security camera footage of the dust flying outside on that night of February the 23rd. After samples were analyzed, the West Virginia Department of Environmental Protection announced that the material was predominantly pollen with trace amounts of mineral matter. That stumped some of the weather and environmental officials when it first appeared. Others suggested it may have been carried from western states by the wind. The day after the dust fell, one Virginia meteorologist with the National Weather Service said it's uncertain at this point what it was. Local officials were contacting their headquarters to try and get a handle on the source of the dust. That same day, the Maryland Department of Environmental spokesperson said his agency believed wind likely carried it from Texas and New Mexico, and that a weather front caused some of it to settle there in Maryland. A lot of people were suggesting at the time, and that was one of the first things some of our callers said, could this have been from the train derailment and the burning that had occurred there in East Palestine? But that had already been several weeks earlier. And I said, not likely. I mean, obviously the trade winds would have taken that and any fallout many, many miles away by that point in time. And that's pretty much what officials are saying, that likely did not originate from the train derailment that unleashed the hazardous chemicals. Spokesperson for the West Virginia Environmental Department tells the Associated Press that continuous air monitoring had not detected any problems since the derailment. Monitoring the day after the dust fell actually showed good air quality at that time as well. It's a kind of a mystery. Will we ever know what it was? Predominantly pollen, though, they tell us. Our number, 844-844-3388. Up and at 'em on a Monday. Get the new week started. What's happening there, Heat Wave?
Hello. How you doing, senor?
Back for more. Here we are, Monday. Get it started.
Yes, senor. That's the way it is. Oh, I tell you what. You know that butt plug, Buttigieg said that there's 1,000 derailments a year in this country.
Correct.
Do you know exactly how many derailments there are a week, according to him?
Supposedly, it translates to like 2 or 3 per day, if memory serves.
Yeah, 19.23 derailments a week. Now, anytime a train derails, it seems like it ought to be newsworthy, because you don't know what the stuff's carrying, unless it's a bunch of empty box cars or, empty tankers or whatever.
Yep.
But I mean, dadgum, 19.23 trains a week. I think that.
And you are correct that an overwhelming majority of them they don't make the news. I know I had shared those numbers a couple weeks ago, and one of the experts in rail safety was explaining an overwhelming majority of those derailments are small incidents, like what you'd call it a fender bender in a parking lot that happen in the rail yards where they're putting the trains together and things like that. That's most of them. As far as hazardous material derailments, the number was pretty small. So but obviously since the East Palestine incident, pretty much every train derailment is making headlines now. Of course, you heard in the news break there, national news. They're in Springfield, Ohio. That's kind of like between Columbus and Dayton, Ohio. That no hazardous materials involved in that, but it was another Norfolk Southern derailment there over the weekend. Initially when the first derailment first happened, they had the shelter-in-place advisory for the people because they didn't know what it was hauling at the time.
Well, I was unaware that most of this stuff happens at a rail yard, but even then, you really don't hear much about anything, even on the local level.
Yep.
So, I don't know. It just sounds a little high to me. Well, over the weekend, we had ourselves a grand opening of a Blake's Lotaburger Express there in our neck of the woods in Edgewood, New Mexico. And I was wondering just, how that was going to work out. The first couple of days since they opened up, it is just a madhouse. At least 45-minute wait to once you get into the facility to place your order, and then wait until you get your order taken out to the vehicle. But that's I guess that's to be expected. They're gonna thin out later on, but they've got trees in front of the facility. No biggie, except their sign does not carry over the tops of the trees. You could see the character, but as far as, the message board, you can't see that. And it's like, in the traffic pattern coming into the place is like it corkscrews around the north side of the building where you have to be in the far right, And then at one point, you cross over the outbound traffic. I mean, literally, you cross over to the lane that is going to the order station, the speaker. And then when you leave, you got to cross over the inbound traffic again. And I mean, it is just absolute chaos over there. So I went to our local Facebook page. It's East Mountain 411. And it's where, a bunch of us just get together and talk about things as far as, the events of the day, what's going on. And I had posted a post there saying, it's nice that we have this burger joint here, but the problem is, I said, traffic is the pits. I don't know if they really thought about it when they set it up. Of course, they didn't ask me for my opinion.
Right. Well, hold that thought, Heatwave, because we close out hour number 1 here on a Monday.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Jerry Barmesh. President Biden commemorated the anniversary of Bloody Sunday in Selma, Alabama.
It was 58 years ago when civil rights protesters marched for the right to vote across the Edmund Pettus Bridge.
600 believers put faith in action to march across that bridge named after the Grand Dragon of the KKK. They're on their way to the state capital of Montgomery to claim their fundamental right to vote.
There they were met by Alabama state troopers who beat the marchers.
I still picture the troopers with their batons and wands and whips.
Biden said, sadly, the right to vote remains under attack in this country. I'm John Schaefer.
Congressional leaders were given their first hint regarding classified documents found on the properties of President Biden, former President Trump, and former Vice President Mike Pence. Connecticut Representative Jim Hines, the top Democrat on the House Intelligence Committee.
We got a flavor for what was there, and I won't speak for Mike, but I will tell you, having been given a flavor, this is a very serious issue. This wasn't stuff that we can say clearly does not matter. It matters.
Hines on NBC's Meet the Press. The bipartisan group had their first briefing on the materials last week. Former President Trump says he won't drop out of the 2024 presidential race, even if he's indicted on state or federal charges. He made the comment responding to a reporter's question at Saturday's Conservative Political Action Conference. Trump said, quote, "Absolutely, I won't even think about leaving." Men's basketball coach at Texas Tech is being suspended over what school officials are calling a racially insensitive comment. According to the university, head coach Mark Adams used a biblical verse that included slaves serving their masters during an individual coaching session with a player on the team. While Adams is white, neither the identity nor the race of the player was revealed. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
President Biden is set to unveil his upcoming budget proposal during a visit to Philadelphia this week. The president has hinted his proposal would cut the federal deficit by more than $2 trillion over 10 years. A popular fashion is making a comeback.
Victoria's Secret planning to bring back their annual fashion show after a 4-year hiatus. The lingerie brand first debuted that fashion show in 1995, and the event aired on television on CBS and ABC for years, starting in 2001. That before the company said they plan to rethink it after getting their lowest ratings ever in 2018. I'm Corey Myers.
The Duke and Duchess of Sussex are formally invited to the coronation of King Charles III. On Saturday, news came out that Buckingham Palace has reached out to Prince Harry and Meghan Markle, asking them to attend the coronation. A representative for Harry and Meghan confirmed an email was sent to the royal family. However, an immediate decision on whether the Duke and Duchess will attend the event has not been decided. Another day, another award for Everything Everywhere All at Once. The movie was selected as Best Original Screenplay by the Writers Guild of America tonight. It's the final major award before next weekend's Oscars. HBO Severance took the prize for drama, while The Bear won for comedy at the Writers Guild of America. I'm Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices. Visit omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you so much. Welcome back. Hour number 2. As we make our way into a Monday, get the new week started. Trust you had a good weekend as they go by so quickly. Yes. I saw someone had posted, well, congratulations, Portland. All your Walmart stores are closing permanently. The last 2 Walmart stores within Portland's city limits, indeed, will be closing this month. Walmart said that they're closing the stores because they're not meeting financial expectations. You remember several months ago, Walmart's CEO said that retail theft around the country was just off the charts. And if those trends continued, we could actually resort to shuttering locations. The decision to close these stores after careful review of the overall performance. Now, we consider many factors, including current and projected financial performance, location, population, customer needs, and the proximity to other nearby stores when we make these difficult decisions. After we decide to move forward, our focus is on our associates and their transition, which is the case here. People who live near the stores that are closing say this is going to have a big impact, especially on the low-income shoppers. Safeway is the go-to store if I have to, but that's 3 times the price I would spend here, said one Walmart shopper. What are we going to do? You've got to go further. You got to spend more on gas. I guess might as well pay for it at Safeway at this point. According to a Walmart spokesperson, pharmacy staff will work with customers to transfer their prescriptions to other locations before the closing date, which they announced is March the 24th, a couple weeks away. All employees at these 2 locations will have options to transfer to other locations. Now, there still would be more than a dozen Walmart stores in, I guess, the suburbs in and around the Portland metro area, but none of them actually inside the city limits. The price you pay for prosecutors and these district attorneys that allow these thefts to occur. You look at California. $900 in theft. Under $900, it's a slap on the wrist, misdemeanors. That emboldens the thieves to just go in and steal. And the price you will ultimately pay. There's example number 1, Portland. Don't be surprised if we see some other locations being shuttered around the country for that same reason. All right, welcome back, Senor Heatwave. Thanks for hanging in there.
Well, thanks for holding me over. Well, all I can say about the Portland people, you got what you voted for. And I'm sorry, to think that insurance is going to cover losses, it will to an extent, but if your losses are more than what your insurance is going to cover, plus the premium for that particular insurance, you got what you wanted. And all I can do is laugh at them.
You could give a prime example of when you had the fire at your location there near your home 20, and it was shut down, at least partially shut down for quite some time. It was kind of disruptive for you, right?
Yeah. We have a Kroger subsidiary, Smith's, right across the interstate from Walmart. So, we could go in and we could go over there. Yeah, you're paying more, but, they're mainly into the groceries and nothing else.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, it was a bit of a hassle. Then they got all their stuff back out on the shelves as far as the dry goods. Well, I shouldn't say dry goods, but the mercantile goods, like blue jeans, dog food, cat food, and then they eventually got the grocery side of the store going. But yeah, that was at least 3-4 months before they were fully open for all services.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's and then, the funny thing is, or sad thing, depending on how you look at it, the woman that was responsible, the main character responsible for, setting this up with the other women, she had been living around the Edgewood area. They couldn't find her until she went right back into that store, and security cameras pegged her, and then they called local police, and they come out and arrested her. She says, "Oh yeah, I'm just out here living with a boyfriend out in the middle of nowhere." They're like, "Good night." And what were they doing? Same damn thing, except they weren't putting the store on fire. They were trying to steal stuff. So, but anyways, yep. Yeah, you people wanted it. By God, you got it. Well, I guess now they got places to put the homeless, don't they? Just put them in the old Walmart stores, just kind of partition them off.
Wow.
Yeah, well, they got what they wanted. So, but getting back to my little thing, and this hamburger joint just happens to be in the same area as our local Walmart. And I just stated facts, and question, what are they going to do for the sign? Are they going to raise the sign? Are they going to crop the trees so you can see what the message is? I didn't know. I just stated, driving in here, it's the pits. I didn't specifically go into anything, but you would have thought that I was just rubbing, griping to beat the band. As one old boy told me to quit bitching and enjoy what you got.
Right.
I was like, well, I'm not griping about anything. I'm just stating fact. And apparently our neck of the woods, closer to Albuquerque, on the east side of the mountains from Albuquerque, the closer you get to Albuquerque, the darker blue it gets. And I said, and it was a negative feedback that I got for me even just mentioning those two facts. So finally I said, apparently you're a bunch of blue-blooded liberals that conveniently disregard facts. And if it doesn't go, the way that you think, then obviously I must be griping or bitching or complaining. I said, I don't know where you got that from. I just had these issues. I gave you facts. And then I went ahead and I cut off the comments on that board, on that post, because it was counterproductive, telling me to go, we got more problems around the world. I was like, what is that? How does that germane to what we have here? Call corporate, bitch at them. I didn't say nothing. I just said it was screwed up as far as traffic went, because they didn't ask me for my opinion. And, the trees are blocking the sign. What were they planning on doing, if they were going to do anything at all? So, we got our priorities so damn ass backwards. And listening to Jackass Joe talk about a few things, I can't even listen to the guy. I've got to either turn down the volume or put my headset up above my ears so I don't have to listen to that noise that he's producing. I mean, he sounds like he really wants to help certain group of people. But you get him away from a script. You get him to go on his own, freestyle. The man can't do it without stumbling, stuttering, or losing his train of thought.
Totally forgetting what he was trying to, what the point was. Yes, gets lost.
Exactly. Giggles, all she does is laugh about anything. And, did you hear and see the lady that was talking about her two sons, and I guess they had been killed
yes,
by the fentanyl coming across.
Yeah.
And that idiot laughed at her, saying, it's Trump's fault. No, that's, you don't, even if it were, which I think it was not, you don't laugh at a mother who's in grief over her two sons that died from the poisoning of their medications. You don't do that. You know, you don't wish anything bad to happen upon these people, and you damn sure don't laugh about it. But I mean, if the Democrats believe Joe is their man, and apparently there's not a whole lot of people speaking up saying they're going to run on the Democrat side, then I'm sorry, I just can't deal with him. You know, I can tolerate it to a certain point, but after that, I've got to speak my mind. And then maybe they'll have a right to complain about my talking about the Democrats. But, well, let's go on to something happier. What was the results there at the Las Vegas Speedway?
Oh, what was his name? William Byron. Chevrolet back on the podium once again.
Well, where'd Bubba Wallace finish up? Because he says, you know, Vegas, we're coming. How did he finish?
I think he was in the top 10. I'll have to do a double check.
Huh. Well, that's better than the 2 DNFs that he had for the previous 2 races. Well, you know, I just have no respect for the man with the way that he has composed himself the last couple of years, screaming that he's got a noose in his garage.
Yeah.
When it's, you know, and then, you know, basically saying, well, if I had better parts and better people, you know, well, now he's working with Michael Jordan, you know, now what is his excuse now?
Well, he did have it was actually a top 5. He finished 4th. Bubba Wallace, 4th.
Yeah, surprise, surprise. Well, you know, maybe things have changed. I don't know. But his cockiness, it just really turns off a lot of people. And I'm, like I said last week, I really don't have a dog in the fight here because I don't really watch NASCAR. I just know that it's going to happen because of the commercial break saying NASCAR this, NASCAR that. Well, good luck. But I am glad to hear that Chevy, you know, took it again. Well, obviously I've got Chevy Camaro, I got Chevy Silverados, 2 of them. So, you know, obviously I've been a Chevy guy most of my life, but I don't want to take that title away from the 5.7. So, anyways, well, I guess that's all my fussing and fighting and ranting. Hey, did you see Right Wing Nuts? He posted on your page that he would think about becoming the Secretary of Defense if Inbred Redneck decided he needed more cabinet members if he were to win.
We're getting one.
I guess he changed his mind.
We're getting a hell of a cabinet together for the Inbred Redneck. All right. Hey, have a good morning there, Senor. Safe travels. Yeah, Chevrolet actually 1, 2, 3 with William Byron with the win. Kyle Larson finishing 2nd. Alex Bowman 3rd. Yeah, there's Bubba Wallace 4th. So a top 5 finish in a Toyota. Christopher Bell was 5th. The first Ford crossing the finish line. Austin Cindric at 6th. Then you had Martin Truex Jr. in a Toyota, Justin Haley in a Chevrolet again, Kevin Harvick 9th in a Ford, Daniel Suarez in a Chevrolet. So Chevrolet 5 of the top 10, 3 Toyotas and 2 Fords at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Clear lines at 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, a story out of Florida. Not sure if Philip's on board this time of the morning just yet. Probably a little bit early for him, but yeah, health authorities issued a warning late last week to the residents about tap water after it was confirmed that a man died from this brain-eating amoeba. We hear about this every year when people swim. It may be in the ocean waters or in the Gulf or some of the lakes and things of that nature. I was not aware of such a thing coming from tap water. The alert issued to Charlotte County said that residents should avoid washing their face with tap water. Officials said the unidentified man was infected with the brain-eating amoeba after washing his face and rinsing his sinuses with infected tap water. So he did like the neti pot thing, right? Officials stressed that infections from the microscopic single-celled amoeba are very rare, and there are no specific treatments for the condition that kills 97% of patients who contract it. But if you're going to be making sinus rinse solutions, use only distilled or sterile water. They say tap water should be boiled for at least 1 minute and cooled before using it for sinus rinsing. Do not allow water to go up your nose or sniff water into your nose when bathing, showering, washing your face, or swimming in small, hard plastic blow-up pools. Yeah, officials noted that the infection cannot occur from drinking the tap water. The water has to go inside a person's nose. Yeah, do not jump into or put your head under bathing water, bathtubs, small hard plastic pools or the blow-up pools. Walk or lower yourself in. Do not allow children to play unsupervised with hoses or sprinklers that may accidentally squirt water up their nose. Avoid slip and slides or other activities where it's difficult to prevent water from going up the nose. The health agency said they're working with healthcare facilities to monitor whether there were any additional infections. Representative from the Florida Department of Health tells WESH TV that officials are not entirely sure where the unidentified man contracted the infection. It could have been via tap water, but they're trying to confirm those details right now. Yeah, again, tap water, I would have never suspected that. All right, 844-844-3388. We'll get to, I believe, is that 5-7 on board coming up here? Meanwhile, separate scenario out of Louisiana. Like, numerous stories as of late about chemical exposure, of course, primarily going back to the train derailment East Palestine as that saga continues to unfold there. But in this modern day and age, I thought we had come a long way when it comes to manufacturing facilities, chemical facilities, doing their best to not pollute surrounding communities. Let's head down to southeastern Louisiana. Thousands of people living near a company's chemical plant that regularly releases a cancer-causing chemical in the air. Those residents face danger. According to federal officials, exposure to the chemical chloroprene is hazardous and linked to developing lung and liver cancer for those in the communities surrounding the Denka Performance Elastomers facility. That's in St. John the Baptist Parish. Their cancer risk rises every day they breathe in these high levels of chloroprene emissions. That according to the Department of Justice and the EPA. Teenagers under 16 years of age, children and babies are more at risk than adults. According to the lawsuit filed on February 28th by the Justice Department on behalf of the EPA, the area around the chemical plant is home to numerous residents and schools. About 20% of the population lives within a 2.5-mile radius of Denka that are under the age of 18 years old. The lawsuit filed against the chemical facility aims to force the Japanese company to significantly reduce their chloroprene emissions at their LaPlace facility there in Louisiana. More to that story, but first we got to get a news break, and the line's available on a Monday. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. The second train derailment in Ohio within a month did not cause an environmental issue this time. Officials say there were no hazardous materials at the Springfield site. A derailment last month in East Palestine led to health concerns from toxic chemicals. The families of missing Malaysia Airlines Flight 370 are calling for a renewed search for the missing plane. 9 years ago, the flight disappeared mysteriously while en route from Kuala Lumpur to Beijing. A former Republican governor is calling for former President Trump's declaration to be the retribution of his supporters if elected troubling. Appearing on CNN's State of the Union, former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson said the way to heal the country is not by appealing to an angry mob. Creed 3 is knocking out the competition, winning in its first weekend with $59 million at the box office in U.S. and Canada theaters. Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Attention, small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You may be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee through the Employee Retention Credit. Call Omega Accounting Solutions to see if your business is eligible to recover payroll tax paid during the pandemic. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute consultation to determine your qualifications. Call Omega Accounting Solutions at 800-300-9ERC. Omega's knowledgeable staff will streamline the process of filing complicated paperwork. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. CPAs even turn to Omega for ERC guidance. Take advantage of this exclusive small business tax credit before it's too late. The 3-year sunset deadline is setting soon. So find out if you qualify today. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredits.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, here we go. Get the new week started. Close out the weekend. Additional updates coming your way and news you can use. Let me get back and finish up with this chemical plant in Louisiana. They said right now, infants who breathe in the highest measured chloroprene levels from this facility will exceed an estimated lifetime of acceptable excess cancer risk within approximately the first 2 years of their life. If the emission rates get so, a newborn, by the time they're 2 years old, they've already breathed in a lifetime worth of acceptable levels. Back in October, the EPA published a letter about their investigation into how the facility's air pollution has disproportionately affected a majority black residents who live in the region there. DENCA has not moved far enough or fast enough to reduce emissions or ensure the safety of the surrounding community, says the EPA. The first step we've taken to reduce risk to the people in St. John the Baptist Parish, it will not be the last. Now, for DENCA, the chemical company, to comply with any court orders, it may depend on DuPont Specialty Products, a company that owns the land where this facility is located. DuPont is also named as a defendant in this suit. DuPont spokesman said that they're reviewing the complaint and had no further comment. pending litigation. All right. I mean, the air monitoring around the facility has found that long-term chloroprene concentrations are as high as 14 times the recommended level for a 70-year lifetime of exposure. The facility makes neoprene, a synthetic rubber material used in manufacturing a variety of items. Drink cozies, laptop sleeves, seat belts, hoses, orthopedic braces, wetsuits. Chloroprene is a colorless, flammable, hazardous liquid chemical that helps produce neoprene and gets released into the air from the facility as a result. In the U.S., neoprene has only been manufactured at one facility. That's this one, Denka's, since 2008. So one place that makes the stuff. All right, things you learn on a daily basis. It is 844-844-3388. We get word that one of the nation's most prominent autonomous truck companies plans to lay off more than 200 workers, according to the announcement Friday. According to the filing with the Security and Exchange Commission, San Francisco headquartered Embark Trucks will lay off approximately 230 workers based on cost reduction initiatives intended to reduce operating expenses. The website TechCrunch reports that workers were informed on Friday morning. Over the past year, Embark has publicly demonstrated a few major milestones in the development of a viable commercial application of self-driving semi-trucks. Back in August of last year, Embark shared video of the first ever public demonstration of an autonomous truck being pulled over by law enforcement and participating in a routine traffic stop on a public highway. May of last year, they announced they had successfully completed an industry-first autonomous testing in winter driving conditions using Embark-powered trucks traveling on a 60-mile round-trip route on public roads in Montana in varying weather situations. Now, they're described as the longest-running self-driving truck program in America, founded in 2016. But it sounds like things aren't going quite as planned. Yeah, what's your take on the self-driving technology? AAA just did a survey. And not surprising to me, more than 2/3 of Americans are afraid of fully self-driving vehicles. When asked if they're afraid, unsure, or if you trust self-driving vehicles, 68% of respondents indicated they're afraid. That's a pretty major shift from last year's survey, which indicated 55% of Americans were afraid of self-driving vehicles. That's a big jump. It's going the wrong direction, in other words. We were not anticipating such a dramatic decline in trust, according to the director of automotive research at AAA. With the high number of crashes that have occurred from over-reliance on current technologies, it's not entirely surprising there. There appears to be some confusion about self-driving vehicles available on the market. According to AAA's survey, 1 in 10 drivers say they believe they can purchase a vehicle that completely drives itself while they sleep. However, there is no vehicle available to the public with those capabilities. How do you have 10% of the population thinking that? When it comes to vehicles that are on the market, AAA found there is still some confusion regarding those vehicle capabilities. Yet more than 20% of Americans expect systems like autopilot, ProPilot, or Pilot Assist to drive the vehicle itself without human driver supervision. Again, no such technology exists to the public right now. Americans are not afraid of all autonomous vehicle technology. 6 in 10 indicated that they would definitely or probably want certain advanced assistance systems in their vehicle, blind spot warnings, adaptive cruise control, automatic emergency braking systems. Very true, but I guess more and more the Tesla crashes, increasing fears of self-driving vehicles as more Tesla vehicles with the full self-driving system get into fatal crashes. Again, even with the Tesla technology, maybe the wording they use to describe the technology when they say full self-driving system. People would think that means it can drive itself, and it does not. For what it's worth, it's 844-844-3388. Get to some of the other industry headlines coming up here. What's going on, 5-7?
I fully agree with you. People are definitely losing their heads over that Tesla technology. Falling asleep driving under semi-truck. Teachable moment. I was watching one of the videos, and Charlie Kirk was on campus. He's got an organization, and students were challenging him on, I can call, what if he pronouns. He said, well, what if I'm a cat? Well, you call me a cat. He said, well, the student goes, well, I'm a cat. You're a cat. I'll call you a cat. I'm sorry. The insanity coming out of our colleges, but also the hatred, because all he said was, well, what if I call myself a black man? He said the same thing, dude. Does that make me black? Now, remember this is not unheard of. We've had, at least one woman that was the head of the organization that used dark makeup, darkened her hair, and was a white woman that was putting herself off as a black woman.
Correct.
All right? Yep. But as he goes, what if I call myself black? And a young black lady goes totally berserk and spews, mother trucking this and mother trucking. You know what? I wonder if she talked to her mother that way. One day she's going to kiss the baby, her own baby from that mouth. But she's going to go to the president and get him kicked off. The idea of colleges is you bring a whole bunch of ideas and you talk them out. That was amazing. And what set me off on this idea is I heard the news where some coach was referring to scripture, about slavery. Well, blacks, slavery. I got this from Walter Williams, and Candace Owens repeated it and gave the history of it. Slavery is Slavic. It's where they would go up into like Yugoslavia and get attack villages and take slaves, bring them back down to the Ottoman Empire. The Vikings would go along and raid villages and take slaves, and they would sell them down along the Mediterranean in northern Africa, and basically to the Ottoman Empire. According to Walter Williams, there was more white slaves at that time than there ever was black slaves in the United States. Even from the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli, our Marine hymn, it talks about where we formed the Navy because the Barbary pirates, black or dark-colored people, would take our ships, our commercial ships. Now, usually the captains and the upper class was the white guys, and you had most of your sailors were black men, because that was where all the hard work was, and at the time. Well, they would be taking slaves into slavery until the company that owned the ship would send money to free those slaves. And if they didn't, then they were sold off into the slave. There's a history there. It's just because, and in that scripture what Jesus was talking is you actually had slaves walking around, and they were wanting to rid themselves. Jesus, he was letting people know that the slaves and slave owners, this salvation for eternity is for everyone. And he was staying completely out of, because you actually have Jews. Judas believed that he actually trying to sell Jesus into for the gold. I believe he was trying to get. They believed that Jesus was going to be the conqueror, the new emperor, but he missed it. It wasn't physical. It was spiritual. But this is a teachable moment because Donald J. Trump taught people something. When they accuse you of this stuff, you don't back down. You don't test their silliness. You stand up for what you believe. You stand up for the truth. You got history on your side. Just like Ted Cruz. I'm just devastated. He went on vacation. Yeah, they had trouble. Everything he could have done, he could have done with his cell phone. He could have done with his laptop on the beaches of Mexico with his daughter on a pre-planned vacation with his child. Family is just as important as your job. But no, he flew down there, dropped her off, and flew back. And when they met him, when he come back, that just made him look. It making him jump through hoops. He didn't learn from Donald Trump. What do you think Donald Trump would have told him? Said, I'll be back when the vacation's over. Said, I got everything right here. I'll take care of it. Said, you don't need me down there causing trouble, just like AOC and all them that come down passing out water. Okay? Well, they were down there passing out waters. How many law enforcement and how many safety people had to be pulling off of regular taking care of the disaster and taking care of the people that were affected to guard them, to keep them safe, so they could have a photo op.
Well, isn't that what Buttigieg said about President Biden going to East Palestine? That's pretty much the same argument. He said it would be disruptive for him to go there.
You know what? And I agree. What would have been nice, I think the people of East Palestine, what they would have really appreciated was that $50 billion check that he handed over to the Ukrainians. Because, I don't, I'll tell you what, if he goes there now, I don't think he wants to go there now. I don't think they're going to clap hands and say yay, He might be called a few names that he probably won't recognize.
Yeah, maybe.
From a blue test.
Too little, too late.
Go ahead.
Too little, too late.
Exactly. Don't show up, just send money. But finally, just because you're intelligent enough to buy a Tesla or to buy this stuff, but I seen that commercial where the guy was buying this fancy car, high-dollar car, the future, and it shows the steering wheel folding down and going into the dash, and his car is rolling through the mountains on an icy mountain road, and he's laid back sleeping. Listen, just because you're smart enough and intelligent enough to bring in a paycheck to buy this technology doesn't mean you're smart enough to stay alive. I mean, name one technology you've had in your life that hasn't failed. Your phone, your computers, Qualcomm. I mean, anything tied to the satellite, they got to turn them for the, at any time, the meteorite to take it out. So this is interesting. And I did tell a lady at the cash register because I said, I appreciate you staying open for us because I'm not going to do the self-checkout. And she says, I understand. I said, by the way, when they take out all you guys and we all got to do that, with all this technology, who's going to have a paycheck to buy this stuff? And I said, I'm a truck driver, and they're talking about having a fully automated trucks. She stood there and she said, oh my God, that's scary. I said, yep, have 80,000 pounds rolling down on you head on. And that thing about a DOT doing a check on a automated truck, think about it, a fully automated truck. If you're a DOT officer, you really want to crawl under that thing and check out the brakes when the sucker might decide to just drive off with you under there. This is
things that could happen. Yes. All right, 5-7. Hey, have a good Monday. What do we got? It's 844-844-3388. Heatwave brought up the number of train derailments earlier, and I went back, revisited, pulled up the factual info from Newsweek, which cited in the year 2021 there were 1,087 derailments, resulting in 83 injuries and 3 fatalities. You go back historically from 1990 to 2021, there were a total of 54,570 derailments. That averages out to 1,705 per year. I mean, with that figure averaging to about 142 per month, looks like 2023 is so far on track to continue the declining trend in the yearly number of incidents. Yes, declining number, but hold that thought. Got the Inbred Redneck coming up, talking about the new chocolate bar. Have you heard about that? Introducing Jeremy's Chocolate?
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
International Women's Day is upon us again, and I love an international woman. But our friends over at Hershey's, they don't even know what a woman is. They've hired a biological male to be the spokesperson for their Women's Day campaign. And they're calling that campaign, and I swear I'm not making this up, Her-She. Her-She. It's humiliating. And it's the reason that I'm launching Jeremy's Chocolate. We have 2 kinds, she-her, and he-him. One of them's got nuts. If you need me to tell you which one it is, keep giving your money to Hershey's. But if you're tired of giving your money to woke corporations that hate you, and you're looking for a delicious chocolate bar from a company that actually wants your business, head over to IHateHershey's.com and order Jeremy's Chocolate today.
Somebody trying to start a little bit of a chocolate war there. IHateHershey's.com because they're a woke corporation.
Yeah, buddy, this is going crazy. Let me tell you.
We used to think that, the only fudge packers out there were the daggone Keebler Elves, buddy. They got the daggone Hershey's and marching some feller out there for International Women's Day, and his pronouns are he and she and hers and Hershey's, and buddy, I'm sorry. I hate to inform these people. Playing, pretend when you're 6 years old is cute, not when you're 25. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you. Now, I actually went to the guy's website, whoever this is. Now, it's the same guy and I've heard the advertisements for Jeremy's Razors. Yeah, he makes the razor product, like the subscription thing. So you can get the Jeremy's. He makes several other products. I thought this may be like a little publicity stunt kind of thing. And I guess to some extent, he's put out this video that I just shared. You heard the audio there. And I guess they're seeing what kind of a response they'll get. Will anybody actually order? Because if you go to the website, to place an order, right now it says the expected date to ship your chocolate bars is like April the 21st. So well over a month away. Maybe just see how many people might be interested, right? Back in a moment. Hold that thought.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairDog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA News, I'm Blue Flares. Roughly 10 million people are under winter weather alerts as more snow hits parts of the western United States. More snow fell in the mountains of California on Sunday. Recent winter snowstorms that slammed Southern California prompted a state of emergency in more than a dozen counties late last week. Meantime, a storm system is expected to bring snow and rain to areas in and around the Great Lakes this week, affecting cities like Minneapolis, Milwaukee, Chicago, and Detroit. It's likely to weaken and move toward the northeast, leading to possible rain in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and New York on Monday. One person is dead and 2 are seriously injured in a small plane crash on Long Island. The single-engine plane landed near homes on Sunday afternoon. It was headed to nearby Republic Airport in Farmingdale. The 3 victims were on board at the time of the crash, and no one on the ground was hurt. The 2 injured victims were taken to a local hospital and are in critical condition. 7 people, including 5 firefighters, are hurt after a scooter powered by a lithium-ion battery sparked a massive fire at a New York supermarket.
It happened Sunday morning in the Bronx. A scooter was captured on video inside the store, igniting the fire and quickly spreading. The supermarket was destroyed. The 7 people injured are expected to be okay. I'm Dave Collins.
Appearing on CNN's State of the Union, former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson said the way to heal the country is not by appealing to an angry mob. He went on to describe Trump's 2024 campaign as a personal vendetta. Congressman Jim Himes says the possibility of China sending Russia lethal aid is a serious threat. Appearing on NBC's Meet the Press, the Connecticut Democrat explained that he doesn't think a final decision has been made. He hopes that wisdom prevails as Chinese officials weigh their options. He went on to praise the Biden administration for sending a strong warning to China about helping Russia in their fight against Ukraine. This comes as some U.S. officials have called into question the power of Russia's military might. This is USA News.
I'd like to introduce you to our new sponsor, Get the Tea. Get the Tea carries all natural, non-GMO organic teas and supplements made in the USA. Get the Tea's ingredients are the purest available. My favorite is Life Change Tea. Life Change Tea is a gentle daily cleanse containing 12 herbs that, when combined, really keep things moving. I drink it every day, and my energy has never been better. I'm feeling great. Life Change Tea comes in 3 delicious flavors: natural, peppermint, and pomegranate. It's an easy and delicious way to keep your digestion on track. And for those on the go, try D365. D365 is Life Change Tea in a capsule. Drink the tea or take D365 capsules and keep your digestion running smoothly. Go to getthetea.com and enter discount code USA to get 10% off any size order. That's getthetea.com, discount code USA for 10% off your order.
Former Trump advisor Kellyanne Conway and her husband are splitting up. In a statement posted to her Twitter account, Conway stated that she and her husband, George, were in the final stages of an amicable divorce. The pair were married for more than 2 decades. Their relationship drew attention after George Conway publicly criticized the Trump administration while his wife was working for the former president. In a joint statement, the Conways asked for privacy as they remain united as parents in providing love, joy, comfort, and protection for their 4 beautiful children. Chris Rock is addressing the infamous Will Smith Oscar slap, making history with Netflix's first ever live broadcast. Rock said that anyone who says words hurt has never been punched in the face. He later went on to say he wasn't a victim and that you will never see him again on Oprah crying. Rock hasn't spoken out about the 2022 slap in interviews or on social media, but did on his comedy tour. President Biden is assuring Black Americans he will continue to fight for civil rights. That 600 marchers shed blood for nearly 6 decades ago. Biden made his comment Sunday in Selma, Alabama, during ceremonies commemorating the 58th anniversary of Bloody Sunday, which is considered a turning point in the civil rights movement. He noted he's fighting against those who are trying to keep certain parts of Black history from being taught in the classroom. The ceremony was held at the foot of the Edmund Pettus Bridge, where marchers crossed and suffered attacks from state troopers. The march was led by John Lewis, who went on to represent the state of Georgia in the U.S. House of Representatives for more than 30 years. I'm Julio Flores, U.S.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices. Visit omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
right, we close out the weekend to get a new week started. Work our way into a Monday. Trust you had a good weekend. You're listening to the news break here. The next storm system. More heavy snows targeting Northern California, the Sierra Nevada. There's several waves between now and Wednesday. Talking accumulating snow maybe as low as 1,000 feet. That would blanket parts of the valley floor in the northern Sacramento Valley. The heavier amounts will be above 3,000 feet. How about a fresh 2 to maybe 5 feet of snow? Well, as of Sunday afternoon, I-80 was shut down in the Lake Tahoe area, along with several other routes with blizzard conditions. Over a foot of snow had already fallen near Dinsmore, California by Sunday morning, about 40 miles southeast of Eureka. Winds will also pose a risk for the travelers. Not quite as strong this go-around compared to the last round of storms, but still strong enough to contribute to poor visibility, blowing and drifting snow. Due to the recent storminess, Governor Newsom has declared a state of emergency in 13 counties as of last week. Fortunately, as rescue and recovery efforts continue in Southern California, this latest storm will largely spare that portion of the state. But the several feet of additional snow expected in the Sierra comes on the heels of some localized reports of 7 feet of fresh snow that fell in 72 hours, ending last Tuesday. Some of these numbers: Palisades Tahoe Ski Resort, 92 inches of fresh snow reported earlier this past week. So the seasonal total there is an incredible 539 inches of snowfall. If you could imagine that, according to the statistics by the California Department of Water, the northern, central, and even southern Sierra ranges are all already above average for snowfall for an entire season. That amount of water contained in the 100-plus inch snowpack ranges from anywhere to 39 to 46 inches, which in parts of the Sierra is like 200% their normal, which is good numbers for the drought monitor. Released late last week, a dramatic drop in the percentage of the state that is in drought conditions. Less than half the state now, 49.1%, is considered to be in some form of drought. That's down from 84.6%. Both of those percentages continue to be whittled down in the coming weeks with additional storms, according to the long-range forecasters. It's good news for the water resources there out west. Welcome back, Inbred Redneck.
Hey, buddy. How's it going? Now, that Jeremy's chocolate, I think, it's a little bit of hype and whatnot. That's them guys over at the Daily Wire, they love playing games. I thought it was quite hilarious. But, Easter is coming on.
Yeah.
And the way things go with me, I'm part of the movement, buddy. And the movement this year says, when you're out buying your chocolate bunnies and eggs, let's not get any Hershey. Cadbury makes a fine product. Sure, your money is going to England. But what about the Milo Cup? You remember the Milo Cup?
Oh, yeah.
Dang on,
Loved those as a kid, yeah.
Yeah, they even gave you a cardboard nickel in there. I mean,
yes, they did.
How can you go wrong with that? Dang on. But yeah, we got to get this country lined out. A lot of people don't realize now Hershey's is considered a daggone non-profit organization. They don't really pay no tax. You know, the guy that set it all up, he throws all that money in at orphanages and whatnot, which, well, that's a good thing, but I guarantee he probably didn't envision this stuff, buddy. Dang on. Yeah, that's why they got a daggone amusement park up there in Hershey, Pennsylvania,
Right.
and all that, you know. Yeah, some weird stuff. I'm getting used to this new car. I had to buy a car here, Steve. Put it on the daggone corporate deal here for a little write-off this next year. I need more write-offs for next year. And this daggone thing beeps and dings and everything else. And I'm thinking, what would a Tesla do? You know, I thought old Elon Musk had, figured this stuff out, and it's supposed to be the greatest car ever. And, he had set it up to where actually you weren't supposed to be able to sleep while you're driving it. But some smart tarts out there figured out they'd hang an unbalanced weight on the steering wheel, and that'd be enough to fool it, and by God, it did. But yeah, it's I lost my train of thought there, Steve.
Old timers.
But yeah, I'm getting old, buddy. But I'm having a little bit of problems, and I'm hoping maybe somebody out there can help me. I bought this old daggone dump truck. It's a daggone Ford LE9000. It's got daggone two-piece rims on it. I got it at a good price, but I don't want the two-piece rims. You know what I'm saying, buddy?
Right.
Yeah, I got to get me some hubs, and sometimes finding these parts for these things or spindles or whatever is like pulling teeth, you know, especially on these older trucks. And I just wonder if anybody out there had any suggestions. But buying a daggone dump truck for $6,000, you can't pass that up, buddy.
No, not in this
day. You got
day.
to jump on it. So I jumped on it, but it may have been a mistake. But we'll see how it goes. But yeah, daggone, the world's going to pieces here, and it looks like the cabinet is filling out. You know, the good thing is, Steve, there is a glimmer of hope out there. I don't want nobody feeling like they are in some sort of trouble, that the world ain't never going to change. Just remember, the inbred redneck makes it to the big White House there in Washington, D.C., and hopefully it's still a D.C. by the time I get there. We don't change it to a daggone state. You know, these stinking Democrats, they all the time trying to pull some bull malarkey, you know. Let's make D.C. a state. But I'm going to change this country. The cabinet is filling out. And if anybody is interested in serving now, you have to get in touch with Gilligan. And we're going to get this lined out. And hopefully we can get old Red Tail Baboon Biden out there. You know, he's a grouchy old feller. And he's going on about this daggone woman and her poor kid dying from a drug overdose. I mean, this just shows you how detached from reality this cat is, buddy. And the whole time his son is on TV, like a year or two ago, saying that he was such a drug addict and he was sniffing Parmesan cheese out of the daggone carpet, Steve. But that brings up another point. You was talking about that daggone amoeba eating people's brains.
Right,
I mean,
right.
This is serious business. And I don't know if people are aware of this, but people that have drug problems and sniff stuff, they wash your nose out. I think that's where all these nasal washing machines and everything else. I don't understand these people. They was scared to death of corona, but they'll go out and buy these God knows what kind of plastic stuff from daggone China. God knows what's in it. And you just talking about that neoprene and all that stuff, It's probably got that in there, the chemical that is outgassed while they're making it causes cancer. That thing, that plastic or rubberish or whatever you want to call it, it's outgassing after it's done it. And they're cramming Chinese plastic in their nose to wash your nose out. I mean, this is some crazy stuff. Some things ain't made to be done. Yeah. I don't know, Steve. Next week, it's probably going to be somebody stuck a garden hose in their ear and they wonder why their eardrum blew out. You know what I'm saying, buddy?
Sounds like something Joe might do that. Sleepy Joe. All right, Redneck, I gotta go. You have business to tend to. It is 844-844-3388. And we found out another name will be plastered to the Wall of Fame at the Mid-America Truck Show. And a Wildlife member whose trucking career has spanned over 5 decades can add another feather to her cap. On March the 2nd, Mid-America Truck Show announcing that Mary Candy Bass will be induced into the Mid-America Truck Show Wall of Fame as part of the 2023 class. Known by many as Granny Glitter or Grandma Candy, the now 78-year-old Bass is still actively driving long haul across the country. A company driver for Burnsville, Minnesota-based Transport Designs Incorporated. Candy has accumulated 6 million crash-free miles over her 50-year career. She has amassed plenty of awards during that time behind the wheel. Of course, back in 2016, the TA Petro Citizen Driver Award. As part of that, the TA truck stop in Nashville, lovingly referred to as the Candy Store, is dedicated in her honor. In a male-dominated world of trucking, Bass has worked to increase diversity in the industry. She's appeared on a number of magazine covers, promotional marketing material for Transport Designs, to encourage more women to join the industry. Earlier this year, Bass was named a top woman to watch in transportation by Women in Trucking. Of course, involved with a number of charities, including the St. Christopher Foundation, the Special Olympics, Trucker Buddy International, and a number of charities for troops. And of course, her charitable drive led her to found Hats for Heroes, a charity that provides baseball caps to veterans who have head injuries or burns. So there you go. It's been an eventful week for Candy. February 28th, she was named as one of the 3 finalists for Women in Trucking's 2023 Driver of the Year. Winner of that honor will be announced on March 30th there at the Mid-America Truck Show, Louisville, Kentucky. Congratulations there, Candy. And welcome into a Monday. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Have you heard of the Chesapeake Bandits? Something right out of a Hollywood film. The FBI is offering a reward up to $25,000 for information on the Chesapeake Bandits, a group responsible for a series of armored car robberies. In some of the instances, defendants Hobson and his half-brother Davis were observed casing their victims weeks in advance of the robberies. According to the U.S. Attorney in a news conference over the weekend at the FBI's L.A. headquarters. According to KABC over the weekend, the Chesapeake Bandits are so named, because investigators believe they hatched their plans from a home on Chesapeake Avenue in the West Adams neighborhood of L.A. They've been robbing Brinks armored vehicles from February of last year to February of this year. They've made off with $500,000 so far in 5 armed heists. Now, authorities nabbed one of the alleged ringleaders, 36-year-old Denivas Hobson, last month. The second ringleader, 34-year-old James Russell Davis, still on the loose, as are 5 others believed to be part of this group. The LA police chief said that the robbery homicide division is working with investigators from other agencies to suss out the identities of the others involved in the daylight robberies. Now, both Hobson and Davis are charged with robbery and conspiracy charges. Davis, the suspected ringleader, still at large, maybe using various aliases, including Puda, Buddha, or Rosé, according to the FBI. The FBI says he's recently been seen driving a white 2015 Lexus GS 350 sedan. He's also been behind the wheel of a black 2020 Chevy Blazer and a white 2008 Chevy Tahoe. Davis is known to be affiliated with the West Boulevard Crips, the notorious street gang based in Los Angeles. Now, the defendants in this case and the other co-conspirators are heavily armed, pointed their weapons at the victims. Apparently, they operate by overtaking the armored car driver when they service the drive-through ATMs
or exit businesses. They zip-tied the driver while holding them at gunpoint, entered the armored vehicle, and steal the money. And on one occasion, a shot was actually fired, but no one was injured. The FBI warns these individuals should be considered armed and dangerous. Anyone with any info, contact the FBI's tip line at 1-800-CALL-FBI. Yeah, something straight out of the Hollywood films. What was the movie where they hit the Brinks truck? Yeah, Robert De Niro, Al Pacino. I think that was called Heat. Heat? Was that the one? Going back a number of years ago. Well, that was a classic. All right, about a minute before news break, after which we'll get back to your calls on a Monday at 844-844-3388. Real quick, we were talking about the sheer number of train derailments that occur. And again, most of them don't really make the news. And, had the East Palestine, Ohio incident not occurred, most of us wouldn't even be paying attention. But it's all kind of hitting the news. Now, on February 1st of this year, you had a train derail in Talladega County, Alabama. According to the Talladega County Emergency Management, one of those cars was leaking limestone slurry, but there was no hazardous material, no injuries reported there. Same date, a train with the Canadian National Railway Company fell off the track outside of Detroit, they tell us. WWJ reports said 9 cars were off the tracks, some seen hanging off a bridge over the street below. No injuries or hazmat situation in that incident either. Just 2 days later, that was when the derailment in East Palestine occurred. Had a light rail train outside Philadelphia that derailed between 2nd Street Station and Spring Garden Station on the following day, February the 4th. So, and again, average between 1990 and 2021, 1,700 nearly derailments on average in a given year, they tell us.
USA News Update. At least 2 people are dead and several others were injured after a shooting at a house party in Georgia. It happened Saturday in Douglasville, roughly 20 miles west of Atlanta. Police say the gathering had more than 100 teenagers in attendance, and the shooting stemmed from a confrontation. The Duke and Duchess of Sussex are being formally invited to the coronation of King Charles III. On Saturday, news came out that Buckingham Palace has reached out to Prince Harry and Meghan Markle to ask them to attend the coronation. A representative for Harry and Meghan confirmed an email was sent from the royal family. However, an immediate decision on whether the Duke and Duchess will attend the event hasn't been made. 1 person is dead and 2 are seriously injured in a small plane crash on Long Island. The single-engine plane landed near homes on Sunday afternoon. It was headed to nearby Republic Airport in Farmingdale. The 3 victims were on board at the time of the crash, and no one on the ground was hurt. Julio Flores, USA News.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, Protect My Car is announcing a low-cost extended service plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay nothing for auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay nothing for auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-956-3162 now. Drivers who are covered by Protect My Car will not have to pay for a covered repair bill again. This auto coverage is at an all-time low, much lower than what dealerships are charging. Additionally, drivers who activate this auto coverage today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and free car rental at no additional cost. Call Protect My Car for your free quick quote today. 800-956-3162. 800-956-3162. What do you have to lose? Again, 800-956-3162.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, yeah, plenty of room for you here on a Back to Work Monday. Settle in, get the new week started. It is 844-844-3388. Of course, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators, anything that's going to be sitting around with the gas in it. Sta-Bil storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. Make sure you store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. Philip, I presume. Good morning.
Good morning, Steve. How you doing, bud? Everything going okay today?
Oh, Monday. You know the drill. Yeah, back to the old grind. How about you? How's your weekend?
Oh, weekend was fine. Did my usual thing. Went to work.
Work. Working.
That's it. Well, it's a sad day in the South here with Leonard or Skinner Nation. Did you hear Gary Rosington passed away?
Yeah, he was the last original member, right?
Well, he was the last founding member.
Okay.
He was one of the last of the founding members. Original members, there's still Ricky Medlock is still around, and he's still playing in the band. But yeah, that's it pretty much for the founding members of Skinner. I mean, he's the last founding member.
Wow.
Yeah. He went through the plane crash, and if anybody ever saw any of the concerts from way back when, he's that long-haired guy playing the Les Paul in the back. He never did stand out in front like a lot of those guys did, and but he was always there. And we lost another musician last week, Michael Rhodes, who was a bass player, another guy that just kind of stood in the background, and not a lot of people knew what he did, but he played on a lot of hits. And Gary Rosington, though, he supported a lot of the local guys in a lot of different communities, that played music. In Jacksonville, with Molly Hatchet and Leonard Skinner and 38 Special and Blackfoot, a lot of those bands, they all supported all the local guys around that area that still play today. There's a lot of them up there that nobody knows about, that played up there. And those guys still stood strong for the community up there in Florida. What's going on with these trains, Steve? We had another one, over there in Springfield, Ohio?
Yes, sir. Saturday, yep. No hazmat in this case, but yes, it was Norfolk Southern once again. I don't think they've said what caused this particular derailment yet, but.
Well, this one here looked like a car train, wasn't it? Wasn't that car carriers?
I haven't really seen the video or the photos of the scene, so I'm not sure. All I know is they said that there was no hazmat and no hazardous chemicals involved.
Yeah, it looked like, I saw a video that was taken at a railroad crossing, and the trains, was going through the railroad crossing like it normally did. And next thing you know, you see the cars fall off the track. So, that's some crazy stuff there. And, it's funny, Steve, you remember Amtrak had a bunch of derailments a long time ago that were all in like a spurt like that? Mm-hmm. And it seems like it's happening now with the freight trains, in my opinion. I'm seeing a lot of it. And we're talking March 30th on that Starship, Steve. They're thinking about launching her up March 30th. That's the date that they're throwing up right now on it. They've got all the pad and everything set up for it. It's totally hardened down now, so they're going to get it going off of then the end of the month. So let's just see how that plays out. Do you think it'll go off?
Now, that's supposed to be the one, where they're going to actually orbit the Earth this time? Is it, will there actually be any crew members or just the ship?
No, it's not going to be anybody on it. It's just basically going to be, they're going to do an orbital launch. It's a test.
Okay.
It's going to take off. The booster is going to fall back down into the Gulf of Mexico. And then the Starship itself is going to fall in at Hawaii, close to Hawaii out in the Pacific is where it's going to end up at. They're going to try coming back in with it and everything. But they're going to leave it where it's at. They're not going to try to go out and get them and recover them. So that's the plan. We'll just see how it works out. It's a pretty expensive loss there when you take those both away, But the second pad at Cape Kennedy is coming along good. So there's going to be 2 of those big Starship pads at Cape Kennedy. It's coming along really good. And the facility, they got a facility, they're going to build them out there too at Cape KSC. Boca Chica is just going to be a research and development area. So let's just hope they get it off. I know Elon Musk, did you see the schedule for the Falcon 9s this year?
I haven't seen an update. No, it's a pretty aggressive schedule, though.
You're talking about 100 launches this year of the Falcon 9. That's a lot. And it's a lot of stuff. We just had the Crew 6, and they got up into the station. Just a lot of things going on, so. But that's all I got today. And Skinner Nation, if you're out there, keep with the faith. And by the way, before I go, I wanted to tell Q-Ball, thank you very much for showing on your video. Steve, do you know about those bridges and tunnels over in Virginia there that go across the Chesapeake?
No, sir.
Yeah, it's over there. I know Gilligan, a lot of those guys probably know a lot more about it than I do, but they got a bridge that goes out into the water, and then it goes to a tunnel that goes underneath the water, and they go underneath the shipping lanes. They don't want bridges over the shipping lanes because of the naval stations and the shipping through the area there. It's pretty neat. Check that out sometime. Okay. And Q-Ball, he brought it out on his video that he put out on FSC the other day, so appreciate him, and I'll catch y'all later, bud. Y'all have a good day.
All right, thanks for checking and have a good morning. You got it. Yeah, safe travels on your journey in there in the Sunshine State. An update on the East Palestine train derailment, the hazardous material waste, which the EPA announced a week or so ago that there were going to be 4 locations. After sending some to Michigan, some to Texas. Of course, both of those states said, hey, wait a minute, you didn't tell us about this. They shut that down. But apparently the Indiana landfill that they selected to house some of the hazardous waste has a history of violations. According to the EPA site, they've had 12 quarters of non-compliance dating back to the spring of 2020. According to the EPA's Enforcement and Compliance History online database, not clear what the specific violations are, but I'm thinking, why would you select a location? Because the EPA picked out, selected who was going to be allowed to accept this stuff. This landfill outside of Rochdale, a little town about 40 miles west of Indianapolis, operated by Heritage Environmental Services, certified to handle hazardous waste. On their website, Heritage said in a release that they have roughly 14 million cubic yards of permitted landfill capacity, and added that the landfill is geologically isolated. Now, neither the EPA nor Heritage Environmental responded to the Indy Star question about their compliance issues. Indiana's governor issued a statement last week that he continues to object to the EPA's decision to bring these contaminated soil and liquids from the wreck to his state. Fellow Republican U.S. Senator Mike Braun also said that he's opposed to the waste being sent to Indiana. The governor said there was a lack of communication with him and other Indiana officials about the decision, which is pretty much the same thing that Michigan and Texas said. Rochdale has a population of about 1,000 people, spans an area of less than 1 square mile. The community named after Judge Roach, a railroad official, and home to local businesses, a library, several churches, and an elementary school. But the EPA had previously said they approved the shipments to 2 agency-certified sites in Ohio. Then the administrator for Region 5 said an additional site in Ohio and that one there in Indiana. So a total of 4 are now accepting some of this hazardous waste. The lingering questions, though, it's not clear what type of waste. Is it the soil or the liquids are being placed in that landfill, or what quantity? Indiana Department of Environmental Management said they're communicating with the EPA and local authorities in the county to determine exactly what's being brought in, when and in what quantities. Now, the Region 5 administrator said last week, announcing the additional facilities, she had spoken with officials from both Ohio and Indiana regarding the waste shipments to their towns. Similar to the concerns raised by Michigan and Texas, said he directed the state's environmental director to reach out to the agency and has requested to speak with an EPA official. I want to know exactly what precautions are going to be taken, first of all, in the transport and disposition of these materials. He said the hazmat waste material should go to the nearest disposal facility and not be moved. I mean, you're talking essentially being trucked from the Ohio-Pennsylvania border all the way to west of Indianapolis for this facility, from eastern Ohio to the west side of Indiana. Now, the EPA said their decision to contract with Heritage Environmental was made by Norfolk Southern, even though it's almost 400 miles from the derailment site. And again, the question, why is Norfolk Southern being allowed to make these calls? Who gets what? The distance it's being traveled or trucked across the country. All right, we'll get a quick chime out. It is 844-844-3388 on a Monday. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, back on a Monday. What are we looking at here? So head on down to, I don't know, maybe Texas? Where do we find Eagle this morning?
No, I'm not back in Texas yet, brother. I'm on my way back to Texas. I had to go pick up a load in South Carolina. That's the problem nowadays. You know, a lot of these warehouses are closed on the weekend, so I had to sit all day. I mean, well, at least I got to watch the NASCAR race, but I had to sit all day on Sunday waiting for the customer to open the day. So I'm just now leaving. I'm just now leaving South Carolina today, rolling back to Texas. So yeah, it'll probably be Wednesday before I get back to Texas. Before I get back, but at least the weather is good in South Carolina. It's pretty warm here. And you got no cold, so that's a good thing. It was only about 70 degrees, 75. Yeah, but I think they're going to be in for a shock, though, Steve. I remember when I used to live in Atlanta, Georgia, you know, like about 10 years ago before I moved back to Texas, and all the trees and stuff are blooming. When I drove through Atlanta today, all the trees, you know, there's pollen everywhere. And I think they said they got another cold snap coming in next week. So those flowers and trees are going to be in for a big shock.
Yeah.
You know, you never know what's going to happen in March and, in Atlanta. You know, you've been to Atlanta before and, they could have an ice storm or anything could happen in Atlanta late March or early April. So, like I said, a lot of those trees and plants going to be in for a rude awakening, I think. Yeah, but only reason why I noticed is because I got allergies and, you ever seen, I don't know if it happens up there in Ohio, because you know how when you get all the green stuff on your cars and everything, windows and, when the pollen is blowing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's the way it is in Georgia right now, in Atlanta. But like I said before, maybe you can give an update on the weather after I hang up with you. But I think they got some more cold weather coming in the next couple of weeks. So like I said before, it's going to be, those flowers are going to be in for a rude awakening, it look like. But yeah, Steve, I don't know what the hell's going on, man. I thought I thought, we talked a lot about trains last week on your show. I don't know if you updated because I turned on the radio late. Am I hearing right? I heard that they had another train derailment in Ohio. Am I hearing right about that?
Yeah, that's correct. 20 cars derailed on Saturday. There were no hazardous chemicals involved, though. Just it looks like they were. I guess it looks like they were like empty. What would be like coal hauling cars and some of the car hauling rail cars.
Oh, okay. That's good news. Then I didn't know if it was a chemical like this other deal in
right
in the other place. I was hoping that because I hadn't had a chance to catch up on the weather. The news because I was watching the NASCAR all day yesterday, so I didn't get a chance to see what actually happened on that deal. But like I said, I don't know what the hell is going on with these train wrecks. All of a sudden, like I said, Steve, I almost believe this stuff is on purpose because you see how these things come in a lot of steps. Just a couple of weeks ago, everybody was seeing UFOs all over the place. Every day, another UFO was reported, balloons everywhere. And now all of a sudden, you don't hear nothing about no UFOs no more, no balloons, or nothing. So I believe that in the next couple of weeks, the trains is just going to disappear. You ain't going to hear no more about trains either. It's just like these things come in snaps for some reason. That's what it almost makes me believe that some of these things are on purpose. The way things start and just come to a abrupt end. But it's like I say, it's a bad situation, Steve. I got some more information about this train accident up over the weekend up there. We had talked last week about all these people that are coming down with these different skin rashes and other problems that people are having right now, and it's a real dangerous situation. I can't believe it, and like I said, don't think I forgot about Joe Biden, Steve. Like I told you last Thursday when I called. At this point, Steve, it's a useless cause for Joe Biden to go to Ohio because he's already shown what his true colors are, so he can save himself and everybody else a lot of problems by not even showing up because I think he'll get a rude welcome when he gets there because the people in that town are not very happy with the administration. So his best bet is to stay out of Ohio if he was smart, the way I see it. But you know something, Steve? I talked to you last week about another athlete that these guys, man, these athletes are so, I don't know what's wrong with these guys, Steve. It's just disgusting that these guys can have this type of money and still make the same stupid mistakes. I talked to you last week about this football player that maybe cost himself millions of dollars by streetcar racing right after the Georgia Bulldogs won the national championship. And what do you know? Over the weekend, another basketball player, Steve, this guy here, I think he might take the top out of the whole deal in Memphis, a Memphis Grizzly basketball player. This guy here is already under the microscope of the NBA for things that he's been doing over the last couple of months. He supposedly threatened a mall worker when he was told to leave the mall. He threatened his life, and then he beat up a 17-year-old kid. And then here's the latest news, Steve. You can't get no dumber than this guy. And this guy here has he's worth over $200 million in basketball contract and endorsements. He just got his own shoe came out last week with his name on it. And this idiot over the weekend, he had the nerve to go to a topless bar, Steve. And while he was in the bar, he filmed himself with a gun in his hand. And now he's in serious trouble. Now he's suspended for 2 games, and they talking about now it could be up to a year suspension, costing him money and everything else, all because this guy here wants to be a tough guy. He's flashing a gun in a nightclub, and now he might even lose his career. He might end up behind bars. A 22, 23-year-old punk that that plays basketball. That these people just take things for granted. And people wish they could have that type of money, $200 million contract. And this guy's acting a complete idiot, and he might lose it all. It's really sad. But all you got to say is Memphis. Like I say, Memphis is on a downhill slide. I know you got some callers that listen to your show that come from Memphis, Steve. But ain't nothing really good happening in Memphis the last couple of months. Going on with the police beating and some other things that have transpired in Memphis. So, like I say, Memphis got some bad things going on. But this guy here, I told you that football player, he might be the dumbass of the year. This guy here, I think he might have overtook that guy in less than a week. I got another nominee for dumbass of the year, and that's the basketball player for the Memphis Grizzlies. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, Eagle, have a good morning. I'm looking at the headline there. Yeah. Is it Jay Morant? J.A. or Ja Morant? Yeah, steps away from Grizzlies as the NBA investigates apparent gun video. That New York Times headline. ESPN, Jay Morant to miss at least 2 games after displaying apparent gun in video. He apologizes. All right, maybe more coming up here. News break just ahead, though. What else we got in the mix? Yeah, Eagle was talking about the pollen count out there. Yes, it's off the charts already in parts of the South. I know the Carolinas, they're talking exceptionally high. At Atlanta, Georgia, last week they said hit the highest February pollen count that they've ever recorded. Again, in the Atlanta metro area. It's spring getting an early start, so obviously people with allergies are really suffering, especially in the South, rather early this year. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Julio Flores. Almost 500,000 Americans from Kentucky to Michigan were in the dark Sunday after a massive front dumped heavy snow across much of the nation's northern tier and slammed parts of the south with powerful thunderstorms and tornadoes. At least 13 deaths were reported from the storm, which began by dumping several feet of snow in California's mountains and pushing east. 5 deaths were confirmed in Kentucky as wind gusts surpassed 70 miles per hour, down trees and power lines, and damaged homes and other buildings. Authorities in Ohio said there's no indication of any risk to public health from the derailment of the Norfolk Southern cargo train between Dayton and Columbus, the second derailment of the company train in the state in a month. Norfolk Southern and Clark County officials say 28 of the southbound train's 212 cars, including 4 empty tankers, derailed at around 4:45 p.m. Saturday in Springfield Township near a business park and the county fairgrounds. Springfield is about 46 miles west of the state capital of Columbus. As a precaution, residents living within 1,000 feet were asked to shelter in place, and responding firefighters deployed the county hazmat team as a precaution. but officials early Sunday said there was no indication of any injuries or risk to public health at this time. President Biden says he's fighting against those who are trying to keep certain parts of African American history from being taught in the classroom.
It was 58 years ago when civil rights protesters marched for the right to vote across the Edmund Pettus Bridge.
600 believers put faith in action to march across that bridge, named after the Grand Dragon of the KKK. They're on their way to the state capital of Montgomery to claim their fundamental right to vote.
There they were met by Alabama state troopers who beat the marchers.
I still picture the troopers with their batons and wands and whips.
Biden said, sadly, the right to vote remains under attack in this country. I'm John Schaefer.
This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Gary Rossington, Lynyrd Skynyrd's last surviving original member, who also helped found the group, died Sunday at the age of 71. No cause of death has been given. The band wrote on Facebook, "It is with our deepest sympathy and sadness that we have to advise that we lost our brother, friend, family member, songwriter, and guitarist, Gary Rossington, today." Rolling Stone reports Rossington cheated death more than once. He survived a car accident in 1976 in which he drove his Ford Torino into a tree, inspiring the band's cautionary song, That Smell. A year later, he emerged from the 1977 plane crash that killed singer Ronnie Van Zant, guitarist Steve Gaines, and backing vocalist Cassie Gaines with 2 broken arms, a broken leg, and a punctured stomach. A former Republican governor is calling President Trump's declaration to be the retribution of his supporters if elected troubling. Appearing on CNN's State of the Union, former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson said the way to heal the country is not by appealing to an angry mob. Next up, the Oscars.
The season's final major awards were handed out on Sunday night, and once again, Everything Everywhere All at Once is showing its competitive muscle. The film won for Original Screenplay at the Writers Guild of America Awards. Daniel Kwan and Daniel Scheinert took the prize for the offbeat movie. The Daniels are also in the running for the category at next week's Academy Awards and for Best Director. Everything Everywhere All at Once leads all films at this year's Oscars with 11 nominations. I'm Jerry Barmash.
I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices. Visit omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay away? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All righty, thank you much. Welcome back. For those maybe just joining us, welcome aboard. As we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. So we got us a Monday, 6th day of March for 2023. There you go. Close out that first weekend in the month of March. All right, lines available. Plenty of room for you. It is a Monday. It's 844-844-3388. Yes, sir. Hello, Horse Feathers.
Hey, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. So, the inbred redneck there, he was talking about them mallow cups, and you get them cardboard nickels in the wrapper there with them. Do you think them mallow cup coins and the S&H green stamps, do you think they were like the first cryptocurrency? I mean, you buy something that's worth nothing and you exchange it for something.
Right.
But it has nothing to back up its value. You know, those mallow cup coins and the S&H green stamps, you know, if you had a whole stack of, you know, I think I still have a shoebox of them S&H green stamp books somewhere. If I dug deep enough, I think I could still find a shoebox full of them things. Do you think what do you think I can trade them in for, Your Honor?
Good question. So I mean, I remember the Mallow Cup coins because every once in a while you'd get like a 25 center, you know.
Yeah.
Probably it was a nickel or a dime.
One.
You get a big, it's like,
yeah.
But you got to save 500 points to get anything.
Yeah. But you know, you had to pay actual money to get them, but until you could actually exchange them for something, they're worth, you know, nothing while they're just sitting there. But anyways, as far as the inbred redneck's wheels go for his dump truck, if he's got them split rims there and he's trying to get regular tubeless rims put on there, it depends on what they are. If they're the Dayton spoke wheels, they're still pretty readily able to get a hold of. You can get new ones there to put on the spoke wheels. If they're the stud piloted, you know, what we used to call the Bud wheels, they're a little harder to find, but you can still get them as well. And heck, if you want to, there's still a pretty good amount of aluminum ones of the stud piloted wheels out there. The only thing you have to do is when you got your hubs pulled off, repacking your grease bearings and that, you gotta put longer wheel studs in because the aluminum wheels, of course, are thicker than the steel wheels, so you need longer studs there to be able to attach the aluminum wheels on. But anyways, so I don't know. You get these train derailments. Do you think it's a bunch of hoodlums going around putting pennies and nickels and quarters on the tracks there, trying to flatten them out and causing the trains to jump off the tracks, or what do you think's going on there, Your Honor? Do you think it's a conspiracy somehow, or do you think we're just having our normal run of possible flange breakage and
I mean, based on the historical numbers, it sounds like that we're just on right on track where we would be any other year. I guess the media's paying attention to every time there's a derailment now.
Yeah, and the railroads they actually have, especially the ones that the people that come around and put the rail cars back on. They actually have devices that they can put down on the ground. So if you have just like one or two cars that come off, they can put these devices down and they'll roll the wheels right back up and, walk them right back onto the rails there a lot of times. If as long as the car doesn't tip over or something, they don't have to stand them back up. But it's kind of interesting to watch how they do some of that stuff. I don't know. What else are we trying to remember here? There was a bit on your news there a while back. I haven't heard it repeated since then, but Joe Biden's supposed to come to the city of brotherly love to announce his budget.
Yes.
And in that budget, over a 10-year period, he's supposed to lower the deficit by $2 trillion. Now, wait a minute. Now, isn't the deficit going up by like more than $1 trillion a year? Doesn't that $1 trillion mark happen in less than a year's time every? So in the 10 years, the deficit's going to go up probably 12 to 15 trillion dollars, but in that same 10-year time, he's going to lower it too.
There's going to be some magical math revealed here in the coming days.
Well, and I think in that 10-year time, isn't there things that says that if a certain thing doesn't happen, then that doesn't qualify, and then that won't apply. And I think they just kind of want to just keep having that debt limit just raise the debt limit. We'll worry about it later. We have to keep operating. So just keep. Don't worry about that debt ceiling there. We'll just raise it up a little more. No problem. But that's crazy. And I don't know. There was a few other things there I heard talking about that I thought I might say something about. But anyways, I guess that was the biggest points there I had. And as far as some of this old stuff goes, some of the it's the dump truck and that, like I'm doing my fire truck. Some of the stuff might have to be remanufactured. You might have to find yourself a blacksmith to go out there and build some stuff for you. But there's still a lot of stuff available out there. So I don't think the redneck will be in too bad a shape there with his dump truck there. So I think he'll be all right. And we'll see what kind of business he gets into. What's he going to be hauling, Your Honor? Did he say what he's going to be hauling? Is he going up there to East Palestine, going to be hauling some of that contaminated soil?
Good question. Yeah.
Yeah, it's big, lucrative business there. So maybe we'll have to see where the inbred redneck's off to next. So, anyways, I guess with that, we'll let you go on there and see what. Hey, you know what your due diligence is, don't you?
Somewhere out there, we got to try to find an intelligent caller. And that would be at 844-844-3388. You can do a quick search, as I just did. Say, Biden touting that over 10 years, the budget that he's going to unveil this week will reduce the deficit by like $2 trillion. I take you to the Washington Post, no less. Not the conservative right-leaning Washington Examiner, but the left-leaning Washington Post. The claim by Joe Biden. By the way, I'm quoting here, we've also reduced the deficit by $350 billion my first year. This year, it's going to be over $1.5 trillion. Reduced the debt. Fact check by the Washington Post gives that 3 Pinocchios. Not one, not two, but 3 Pinocchios. Other headlines from the Philadelphia Inquirer: Biden to unveil budget deficit cuts in Philly on Thursday, according to the White House. All right, well, maybe see if we can pull up the Philadelphia Inquirer, get the rest of the story. And meanwhile, what else? Knucklebuster shared a couple of interesting tidbits with me. I guess he's been off the road in recent days. He hasn't called in, but he has been sharing email and whatnot. When he chimed in on Friday morning, he says, I can't call because if I wake up Tennessee, she'll have my head, you know? So, and I guess he's out there listening when he's up and at 'em. But talking about average car payments, which, yes, have been going up and away. Auto loan delinquency rates have been down since the height of the pandemic. But Ford has applied for a patent to make the repossession process go a bit smoother. Well, for the bank, that is. The patent document was submitted to the U.S. Patent Office back in August of 21, but it wasn't formally published until February 23rd. It is entitled Systems and Methods to Repossess a Vehicle. It kind of describes several ways to make the life of someone who's missed several car payments more difficult. It explicitly says the system, which could be installed on any future vehicle in the automaker's lineup, with a data connection would be capable of disabling a functionality of one or more components of the vehicle, everything from the engine to the air conditioning. Now, for vehicles with autonomous or semi-autonomous driving capability, the system could actually move the vehicle from point A to point B to make it more convenient for a tow truck to tow the vehicle. Move the vehicle from, say, the premises of the owner to a location, say, for example, the premises of a repossession agency, or if the lending institution considers the financial viability of executing a repossession procedure to be unjustifiable, the vehicle could drive itself to the junkyard. No other automakers have recently attempted to patent a similar system. Indeed, the Ford patent doesn't reference any other legal document for the sake of clarifying their idea. All this being said, patent documents, especially applications like this one, do not necessarily represent the automaker's intent to introduce the described feature, process, or technology, but Ford might just be attempting to protect this idea for the sake of doing so. The document does go into a lot of detail on as to how such a system might work. So, I mean, they're not just, it's not just a fly-by-night, off-the-cuff idea. First thing to know is that your vehicle is connected to the internet in any way. This system could theoretically work on it. The application likewise describes a repossession computer that may be installed on future cars to make this system function smoothly. Now, in some embodiments, the vehicle computer may be configured to perform some or all functions of the repossession system computer. Basically, if your car has an infotainment system already set up to receive something like over-the-air updates, which I think most of the newer vehicles do, this could probably work without any sort of physical modifications. There would be several warnings from the vehicle system before it initiated a formal repossession. If these warnings are ignored, the car could begin to lose functionality ahead of a repo. The first lost functions would be minor inconveniences like the cruise control, the automatic windows, automatic seat controls. Yes, some components like the radio, the GPS, the MP3 may stop working. Next level gets a little more serious. Loss of things like the AC, the remote key fob, and the automated door lock or unlock system. Likewise, an incessant, unpleasant sound may be turned on every time the owner's present in the vehicle. If you can endure all of that and payment still hasn't been received, you could get locked out of your vehicle. The patent application states that the repossession system computer may disable the door lock mechanism, thereby placing the vehicle in a lockout condition, preventing anyone from entering the cab of the vehicle. There are several caveats to this, such as locking out the owner only on weekends, or allowing the vehicle use in emergency situations. Yeah, how do you know? Yeah, like if somebody's suffering from something like a heart attack, it uses the heart attack situation several times in the document, then the car could be unlocked. The onboard camera could be used alongside a neutral network to determine if the emergency situation is actually legitimate or somebody just making a claim. Hey, I'm having a heart attack. Got to let me in. I don't know. Again, in some cases, the vehicle could actually maybe move out of your driveway to a spot where it's more convenient for a tow truck to tow the vehicle away. Now, if it's like located inside a garage, then the second spot may be outside the property line, a public road, for example. And I guess they would know that if it's in an enclosed area, obviously they couldn't make it move, but I don't know. Modern technology, right?
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
So what's it going to unveil here? Looking at, according to Reuters News, Biden plans to roll out the tax and spending plans at a Philadelphia union hall in a competitive battleground state that will highlight the president's worker-centric political pitch. In the weeks running up to the expected announcement of a re-election bid, the president will deliver remarks on his plans to invest in America, to continue to lower costs for families, protect and strengthen Social Security and Medicare, reduce the deficit, and more, according to the White House statement.
The main highlight of the proposal for the 2024 fiscal year is a pledge to cut $2 trillion from the government's deficit over 10 years and extend the life of the Medicare health benefit program by at least 20 years. Now, he's also planning to revive his plans to raise taxes on billionaires and to fund initiatives like a child tax credit, which they say a proposal to raise payroll taxes on very high income people is also on the table. He's planning to stand by the campaign pledge not to raise rates on Americans making less than $400,000 a year. He says, on March the 9th, I'm going to lay down in detail every single thing, every tax that's out there that I'm imposing. And no one making less than $400,000 is going to pay a penny more in taxes. So he said last week. I want to make it clear, I'm going to raise some taxes. Under pressure from Republicans threatening not to raise the debt limit unless he agrees to sharp spending cuts, has challenged Republicans to release their own proposals and negotiate over those plans rather than over whether the country should raise the debt ceiling and pay its existing bills. Of course, they used the scare tactics. An unprecedented U.S. default could halt growth in an economy that has rebounded strongly in terms of output and jobs since the pandemic. Prices also have risen to levels that are seen as politically damaging. Economists worry that efforts by the Federal Reserve to try to tamp down inflation may actually still, nonetheless, spark a recession. So he's got to lay it out for us. How do you do that? How do you spend trillions and then make a twist and make it sound like you're going to reduce the deficit by $2 trillion? Okay. Yeah, news break coming up here, and we'll get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. Appreciate you hanging out with us as we roll through the late night, early morning hours, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. At least 2 people are dead and several others were injured after a shooting at a house party in Georgia. It happened Saturday in Douglasville, roughly 20 miles west of Atlanta. Police say the gathering had more than 100 teenagers in attendance, and the shooting stemmed from a confrontation. The Duke and Duchess of Sussex are being formally invited to the coronation of King Charles III. On Saturday, news came out that Buckingham Palace has reached out to Prince Harry and Meghan Markle to ask them to attend the coronation. A representative for Harry and Meghan confirmed an email was sent from the royal family. However, an immediate decision on whether the Duke and Duchess will attend the event hasn't been made. 1 person is dead and 2 are seriously injured in a small plane crash on Long Island. The single-engine plane landed near homes on Sunday afternoon. It was headed to nearby Republic Airport in Farmingdale. The 3 victims were on board at the time of the crash, and no one on the ground was hurt. Julio Flores, USA News.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, Protect My Car is announcing a low-cost extended service plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay nothing for auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay nothing for auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-956-3162 now. Drivers who are covered by Protect My Car will not have to pay for a covered repair bill again. This auto coverage is at an all-time low, much lower than what dealerships are charging. Additionally, drivers who activate this auto coverage today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and free car rental at no additional cost. Call Protect My Car for your free quick quote today. 800-956-3162. 800-956-3162. What do you have to lose? Again, 800-956-3162.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hi, once again, we've teamed up with Bostrom Seating once again for our Mid-America Truck Show giveaway, our seat giveaway. This time around, this year, 3 people will win a Bostrom Wide Ride Core truck seat. You have 2 of the black and gray color scheme, ultra leather, high profile, dual 16-inch armrests, high back seats, and 1 will be in the gray Madura cloth. It's pretty much the same, the high profile, smart seat valve, dual 16-inch armrests. Now, you can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive app. You can go to overnightdriveradio.com, click on contest. The link has been put up. Got to send a message up there Friday morning. Yeah, the link is there now. And the more entries you get, the better your opportunities to win. You can just go to the contest page there, again, at overnightdriveradio.com. Get additional entries for subscribing, liking our social media pages, sharing with others via your social media. All right, who was it that brought up the pollen? Yes. If the sound of sniffles wasn't enough of a clue, it's officially pollen season in Georgia and much of the Southeast. And yes, it's earlier than usual. Last Tuesday, the Atlanta Allergy and Asthma's 1,112 pollen count.
Yeah, the first time this year the count hit quadruple digits. Now, last year, the pollen count didn't top 1,000 until the end of March 30th. Now, they said last week it's also the second highest count that they've ever recorded in February. All right, there have been a total of 14 days in the high range in the month of February, the most in recent history for the month of February. They're way up in the high range. It's mainly a result of the trees. This is the time of year we start to see the pollen increase, but it's earlier than we normally see it, according to the severe weather team there in Atlanta. Yeah, part of the earlier start, of course, is the warmer temperatures that they've seen. Since December 1, there have been only 17 days with highs in the 40s or cooler. 49 days with highs in the 60s or warmer. Of course, tree pollen season typically runs late February to June. The metro Atlanta area typically sees the most extreme numbers in March and April. Now, if you're inhaling something that you're allergic to, not only does that trigger your nasal symptoms, but it can actually trigger asthma-type symptoms. Yeah, over-the-counter medications for the mild symptoms. You may get tested for what the best treatment might be. Once the extremely high pollen days start later this spring, that's when experts say, try to spend more time indoors in air-conditioned environment for the pollen sufferers out there. Well, there he is, Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Don't forget to be changing your filter on your HVAC unit either, buddy, because that stuff gets trapped in there. But that self-driving car, that'll give new meaning to forward backwards driver returned on foot, right?
There you go.
Yep. Freight's been kind of slow for us, so I've been spending more time at the house. If I get sick, I just have to keep working because to do what I do between Thanksgiving and New Year's, you can't take no days off except for that 1 week during the summer for vacation. So, other than that, I try to stay pretty busy. Besides, Tennessee and both my daughters keep me real busy there, right?
I hear you. So, indeed, you've been spending some time at home, huh? So, freight that slow, huh?
I've been spending at least 1 or 2 extra days at the house.
Wow.
That's all right. I'm hoping it'll. I asked our customer service rep when it was going to pick back up. He said if I knew that, I wouldn't be working here. So anyway, shoot, man, I checked the horse feathers Saturday there. I read about the tanker crash up there in Baltimore where it burnt them houses and stuff. I was making sure it wasn't him.
Yes, yeah, yep.
Yeah, and I'm glad it wasn't him either. So, anyway, this is for horse feathers. I lost a pretty penny on my daddy's farm to the railroad tracks that ran between the lamppost and the barn. Every time a locomotive would start to shake the ground, I beat it to the backyard and I lay my Lincoln down. That's all of my bull on it for this morning, Mr. Steve Summers.
There you go on a Monday. Thank you, Knucklebuster. Another story he shared with me. It was, we all remember the movie, Gone in 60 Seconds. Well, that was a Hollywood film. Yeah, this is the real-life version of just that. You ever heard this before? Thieves made off with high-dollar performance cars in a late-night smash-and-grab heist from a dealer or a manufacturer. This time, Somerset, Kentucky, about 90 minutes south of Lexington. Police there say that the thieves made off with 6 Dodge Challenger Hellcats. About 2 o'clock in the morning from Don Franklin Chrysler Jeep Dodge. Estimated total loss about $600,000, and said the burglars found their way inside the dealership through the garage. Once inside the showroom, the thieves escaped with 4 cars, all of which had keys inside. Another 2 were stolen from the outside lot, with the keys found inside the dealership. Manager told the news station thieves made off with these Challengers in less than 60 seconds before the alarm could notify authorities. Literally, less than out. Yeah, 5 of the 6 cars had subsequently been recovered, some found in Tennessee, Alabama, and neighboring cities and counties. One reportedly ran out of gas after the heist. Yeah, one of the cars was a total loss, while others were damaged during the burglary. But it's the latest in a line of theft of high-dollar, high-performance variants from a domestic automaker. Some of these cars have made their way overseas in shipping containers. Not clear what's happening to many of the cars once they are stolen. But back in November, the National Insurance Crime Bureau reported 745,000 cars were stolen by the end of the third quarter last year, a jump of nearly 25% over pre-pandemic levels. Motor vehicle thefts in major cities skyrocketed as well. The Council of Criminal Justice reporting theft was up by 59% in major metro areas. Some of that may be fueled by rampant theft of the easy-to-steal Hyundai and Kia models. Although thieves targeting high-dollar cars do not appear to be slowing down anytime soon as well. But 6 vehicles in 60 seconds. That's obviously a ring that knows what they're doing, how to get in, get out, like right now. Good morning to Daryl. Happy Monday. How was your weekend?
My weekend was fine. Steve, how was the family?
Doing well. Thank you very much.
I want to know what in the world a Dodge dealership in Somerset, Kentucky is doing with 6 Dodge Challengers for sale. I've been to Somerset, and I haven't seen that, how in the world a guy could sell that many Dodge Challengers down there.
Not your typical market for the high-performance cars, you think, in Somerset, Kentucky?
I would say some drug dealers are hanging out around that part of the country.
Okay, could be.
to be buying that kind of automobile. I saw where your spacemen had to sit outside about an hour before they could get inside the space dock the other day.
Yes, they had, I guess, one of the latches didn't want to close or something. So, yeah, a little delay, but I guess better late than never.
Well, I've been in traffic jams, but I don't know about sitting in space. Did they just keep their motor running to stay close, or were they latched on with the other 11 latches while they were waiting for that one to latch on?
All I know is they said they got to take a little bit of a detour, whatever that means in space.
That would put a wrinkle in my collar. Sit out there for an hour waiting to latch on. And Knucklebuster said that freight was slow in his part of the world.
Yes.
I have some men that pour 10 basements a week for Ryan Homes. And now then they're pouring about 5. So the building of new houses has really slowed down. And in Fairfield, in the newspaper, there's usually 10 to 15 houses being sold each week. The last 2 weeks, I've seen 3 listed that had sold in Fairfield.
Mm-hmm.
So that tells you that the real estate market's really slowed down. Well, people were complaining about the high winds in March. Ever since I was a lad in Arkansas, we've had high winds in March. It'll blow your hat off and blow it right down the street.
Mm-hmm.
This is a month to buy kites.
You're right.
Did you ever fly a kite?
Oh,
Steve?
yeah. Some of those windy days, absolutely, yeah. As a kid, we'd get out there in the baseball fields and just get them way out there.
Put Dad's necktie on for a tail? What did you use for a tail?
I mean, when I was a kid, it was the bat-shaped, the bat-shaped kites were the big new thing. And they typically came with a big, long plastic tail, like a 20-foot long thing that you could do loop-de-loops in the sky and make circles and stuff.
I was in Israel, and we were out on, I guess, around the Red Sea resort, and the guys come along with parasails. And I always regretted not putting down the money to take a ride on a parasail over the Red Sea. That looks like just plain fun. They tie a rope on one of those jet skis, pull you up, and you fly about 20 or 30 feet above the water.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever tried a parasail?
Yeah, wife and I actually got to do that together when we were on one of our cruises many years ago. That was pretty cool. I'll be honest, I got a little bit nervous because when they dip you down and get your legs to dip in the water, and you're thinking, hey, what if a shark gets me?
Well, that may be the reason why I didn't try it over the Red Sea. I didn't know what was in that water. How high up did you go when you parasailed?
Oh, I'm thinking 40, 50 feet, maybe, at least.
Yeah. And were you pulled by a jet ski?
No, it was actually a boat, actual boat. I mean, there were probably 10 of us that went together, and 2 by 2, we got to go out and go up.
Yeah. Well, it looked like fun. I wish, looking back, I sure wished I had done that. Have you ever been down one of the things where you hang on to the wire and sail down a mountain?
The zip lining? No, I've not. To date, I have never done the zip line.
I haven't either, but I've always had a hankering to do it. That looks like fun.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll let you go. I wanted to just check in with you on a Monday morning and say how do you do, and I sure do enjoy your show. You have given me a lot of fun since 1980, listening to your dad and listening to you.
Yep.
Monkey guy.
Thank you very much, Daryl. I do appreciate you tuning in there. All right, let's see. Once the Crew 6 had boarded the International Space Station, yes, after about an hour's delay, they had a safety briefing. The International Space Station had tweeted that the SpaceX Crew 6 mission was actually initially ahead of schedule, but then they were delayed by an hour as the mission team completed troubleshooting of a faulty docking hook sensor on the Dragon. The NASA SpaceX teams verified that all the docking hooks were in the proper configuration, and SpaceX developed a software override for the faulty sensor. that allowed that docking process to successfully continue. So I guess 11 of the 12 had latched, had to override some sort of a sensor on that 12th latch, because everything has to be done right. You don't want an incident or an accident. All right, it is 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, Philip brought up the kind of a sad day in the South. It wouldn't be just the South. I think the Leonard Skinner fans, I mean, from coast to coast and around the world, right? Gary Rossington, guitarist for the rock legends Leonard Skinner, passed away Sunday at the age of 71. The announcement from the band's Facebook page. It is with our deepest sympathy and sadness that we have to advise we lost our brother, friend, family member, songwriter, and guitarist, Gary, today. Yeah, Gary is now with his Skinner brothers and family in heaven and playing it pretty, like he always does. Please keep his wife, his daughters, and the entire family in your prayers, and respect the family privacy at this difficult time. But he was actually introduced into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame with the band in 2005. The last original member of Skinner's lineup remained in the group. He had been the last surviving original member of the band following the death of Larry Junstrom back in 2019. Played guitar on many of the band's biggest hits, including Simple Man, which he co-wrote with Ronnie Van Zant, as well as Sweet Home Alabama, which he also co-wrote, and Tuesday's Gone. He played slide guitar on Leonard Skinner's signature Freebird. But yeah, he was one of the passengers who actually survived the October 1977 Mississippi plane crash that took the lives of Ronnie Van Zant, Steve Gaines, and Casey Gaines, and 3 others. Although he broke both arms, legs, wrists, and ankles, in addition to his pelvis. Outside of the Leonard Skinner, Rossington also, along with the Skinner member Alan Collins, formed the Rossington Collins Band. They released 2 albums back in 1980 and 81. They broke up in 82. He also formed the Rossington Band with his wife, Dale. They released 2 albums, 1986 and 1988. So, yeah, Leonard Skinner fans, a day of sorrow with the passing, one of those original founding members, last survivors. All right, a couple of minutes before we hit news break, top of the hour, we'll get to Hillbilly. We'll check in there. The Bargain Hunter, 5-7 on board and room for you as he head toward that final hour. Of course, with the unveiling last week of the revelation, first you had the Energy Department, then the FBI, and the COVID looks like it came from a lab leak rather than the narrative that had been pushed so fervently by the likes of Dr. Fauci, the wet market leak. Jim Jordan over the weekend, speaking on some of the Talking Head programs this past morning, said he wants to get to the bottom of one fundamental question concerning the ongoing investigation into the origins of COVID. Why was Dr. Fauci trying to hide the narrative that it was leaked from China's Wuhan Institute of Virology? Why? Why was Dr. Fauci so consumed with making sure the narrative was not about the lab? I think it's because they were doing gain-of-function research there, and he didn't want that out. And that was the narrative that everyone on the left bought into. However, he said the facts and common sense most importantly pointed to the lab leak theory. Tell you more of what Jim Jordan had to say this past day and what further steps may be on the horizon in the coming days and weeks as that investigation continues. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Julio Flores. President Biden is set to unveil his upcoming budget proposal during a visit to Philadelphia. He'll be holding a campaign-style event on Thursday. The White House says Biden will be delivering remarks on his plans to invest in America, continue to lower costs for families, protect and strengthen Social Security and Medicare, reduce the deficit, and more. Former President Trump says he won't drop out of the 2024 presidential race, even if he's indicted on state or federal charges. He made the comment over the weekend responding to a reporter's question at the Conservative Political Action Conference in the Washington, D.C. area. Trump said, "Absolutely, I won't even think about leaving." He added that it might even help his poll numbers. but it would be very bad for America. The former president is the focus of several state and federal investigations involving efforts to overturn the 2020 election, his handling of classified information, and financial dealings. There are no safety concerns following a second train derailment in Ohio.
During a news conference, Fire Chief Dave Mangle said there were no toxic chemicals in any of the 20 cars that left the rails.
The hazmat coordinator, myself, and the Ohio EPA made the determination that it was safe.
Mangle went on to say that officials with the rail company Norfolk Southern were aiding local officials every step of the way and provided information on the contents of all the cars involved. This comes a month after another Norfolk Southern train carrying hazardous materials derailed, sparking major environmental and health concerns in the town of East Palestine. I'm Dave Collins.
Senators are working on a broad bipartisan bill that will outline a process to ban or prohibit foreign technology like TikTok. That's according to Senator Mark Warner. Appearing on Fox News, the Virginia Democrat explained that he's working on a bill with Republican Senator John Thune of South Dakota. Warner said the app is taking data from Americans and can be used as a propaganda tool. This is USA.
Remember customer service? Yeah, it's almost a lost art. Almost, because actually Metashare is nailing it when it comes to caring for their members. No wonder Metashare gets double the satisfaction rating compared to health insurance. Imagine, you get to talk to actual people, and they're for you.
Well, we're all here for the same thing. We want what's best for the members.
How am I going to help this member today that has come across my desk? How am I going to make sure that what they need is what they get? And as fast as possible.
So yeah, you'll love the savings with Metashare. There's no doubt about that. But the way you're treated is just plain refreshing.
To be able to pray with them before actually disconnecting that call, you just get goosebumps. And you know it's God, just leading you to that person.
So you can save a lot, but as always, it's people who make the difference. Call now. They are great to talk to. 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
The men's basketball coach at Texas Tech is being suspended over what school officials are calling a racially insensitive comment. According to the university, head coach Mark Adams used a biblical verse that includes slaves serving their masters during an individual coaching session with a player on the team. The last surviving member of Lynyrd Skynyrd has died.
Guitarist Gary Rossington was on the plane that crashed in 1977, killing 3 of his band members. He suffered several broken bones. A decade later, Rossington would reform the Southern rock band with original and new members. No cause of death was revealed. Country superstar Travis Tritt tweeted he's heartbroken by Rossington's loss. Not only were they friends, he said, but collaborators. Rossington, who co-wrote some of the band's most iconic songs, including Sweet Home Alabama and Simple Man, was 71. I'm Jerry Barmash.
Leo the Lion is roaring with delight now that an MGM movie is this week's top movie in North America. Creed 3 earned nearly $59 million in its first weekend in theaters across the U.S. and Canada. The latest entry in the Rocky franchise beat out Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania, which made just over $12 million in its third week of release. Rounding out the top 5 are Cocaine Bear, the anime feature Demon Slayer, To the Swordsmith, and the faith-based movie Jesus Revolution. Avatar: The Way of Water is hanging in there in 6th place. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices. Visit omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, final hour. Here we go. What else we have under industry headlines as we get the new week started? Yeah, we've talked off and on about the One Yellow plan, right? Yellow Corporation plans to close 2 trucking terminals in New York, Cheektowaga, and combined their operations at a location in the town of Tonawanda. Notifying the State Department of Labor that they will close their new pen in Holland regional carrier locations. Next to the Thruway Exchange on May the 28th, their operations will be combined with a larger yellow distribution center in the town of Tonawanda. Now, the impact on local jobs, not yet disclosed. According to the notice filed with the State Department of Labor, those 2 terminals employ a total of 120 workers, but Yellow said many of our impacted Buffalo employees will be presented with other Yellow opportunities. So it's not yet clear how many layoffs might result from the closings. Last year, we communicated this change to our local employees and continue to discuss with them opportunities available at the larger facility, says Yellow. Buffalo will continue to be an important hub. Yeah, we have a strong Buffalo employee base that serves our customers well, and we remain committed to ensuring excellent customer service in Buffalo and elsewhere, both throughout and after the completion of our One Yellow enterprise transformation. All right, one official with Teamsters Local 449 did not respond for comment on the plans in the Buffalo area. Nationally, the International Brotherhood of Teamsters last month pushed back against the revised change of operation notifications and sent to the union earlier in that month. I said, the Teamsters are done making concessions. We will not be pushed around. Teamster General President. All right, with that, back to the calls we go. And Hillbilly, what's happening?
Good morning, Steve.
Good morning.
How are we doing today?
Oh, well, it's a Monday, doing fine. How about you? How'd you have a good weekend? Anything special?
Oh, we got moved Saturday and into our new place, and then took the missus to the Jeff Dunham concert for Sunday and steak dinner afterwards. So it was a busy weekend.
So you got a lot of belly laughs, I imagine, at the Dunham thing.
Oh, my. That's the second time I've seen him live in concert. From the time he gets to walk on stage, you're laughing until he walks off. Funny, funny man.
Yeah.
All I got to say. But them cars enter Somerset, that's a real life gone in 60 seconds, ain't it?
Well, one of our listeners said, Steve, that almost sounds like an inside job. I mean, how can they, how quickly can you get the keys and know which vehicle outside to get? And you knew which ones inside had the keys in them? I don't know.
I kind of agree with him. It does, because, I mean, go in there and just, at night and go through there and get the keys, and which you said the keys inside the showroom already had them in there, right?
Correct.
I mean, they were easy, but the 2 outside, you got to know where to get them at and which ones they were. So I have to agree it might have been an inside job. But was it Roman Reigns, the main character on Gone in 60 Seconds, the movie?
Yeah.
Oh, well. Now, Ford coming out saying that they can repo the car without having a tow truck. I thought about that years ago. I'm like, well, if you don't pay it, they just got to program it to drive itself back to the dealership or wherever it needs to go.
Some parking lot somewhere. Yeah, well, yeah, with a.
Go inside Walmart, get your stuff, come out. Where's my car? It's gone.
Gone.
But, I mean, I guess that's an easy way to do it because I've asked friends that did the repo stuff before. They can get some hairy situations. People come out with guns.
Oh, yeah.
Want to fight them.
Yeah.
I can see where that need benefits on that, but as I tell other people, you reap what you sow. I mean, you don't pay, they're going to come get it.
Mm-hmm.
Which makes me happy that my Ford pickup truck in 07 is already paid for, and I don't have to worry about it driving off.
There you go. Don't have to worry about the repo man.
Now, the space station sounds like they should have used some WD-40 on that latch. Might have got it unstuck a little bit faster.
All right.
Well, I mean, that's what it was. It wouldn't latch right, so it was stuck. But I know there's more to it than that, but Lord, I can't say the side of safety. I mean, if it don't last right and they have a vacuum leak, I guess it could get pretty ugly inside there, couldn't it? Hate for that big thing to come crashing to earth.
Yes.
But that might cause a little damage. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, I had a good weekend. Didn't do much on Friday, Saturday evening. Got together with some friends and I had some had some good eats and conversation. So.
Good deal. Well, Steve, I'll let you go. Let someone else in here. You have a good morning.
All right, thanks for checking in there. Hillbilly, safe travels. Have a good week. I'm sure we'll chat again. Take you back to Jim Jordan. What was Fauci trying to hide? He wants to get to the bottom of it. Again, speaking on, I believe he was on Fox News Sunday morning, he said, with this virus, they've told us all kinds of things that turned out to be false. They told us it didn't come from a lab. Now it looks like it sure did. Because the Department of Energy, the FBI, everyone says it came from a lab. They said it wasn't gain-of-function research. It sure looks like it was. They said it wasn't our tax dollars being used at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. Well, yes, they were. Then they told us the vaccinated couldn't get it, couldn't transmit it. Yeah, there was no such thing as natural immunity. Time and time again, they told us things that were not accurate. Now, this COVID investigation and probe into the weaponization of government agencies are topics for hearings on Capitol Hill this week. Jim Jordan said two of the Twitter file writers, Matt Taibbi and Michael Schellenberger, will actually testify before the House Judiciary Committee. That should be interesting. Elon Musk made available what he described as a crime scene, where you could talk about how the government was pressuring the big tech companies to prime and prep them and shape the narrative. And that's exactly what they did. Yeah, the best example is how the story of Hunter's laptop was hidden during the run-up to the 2020 election. Yeah, when it came, they superseded the story. And everyone, big tech, big media, they all joined in. And the clincher on the deal was 5 days after that New York Post story appeared. Guess what happened? 51 former Intel officials signed the now famous letter where it says the story has all the classic earmarks of Russian information or disinformation. But the story would have impacted the presidential election. So we'll see if they actually do get to a special counsel on the Hunter issue. And he said Sunday there is conflict with a U.S. attorney investigating the son of a sitting president. All right, what else in the mix? Oh, yeah, meanwhile, right along the same topic, the World Health Organization Friday urging all countries to reveal what they know about the origins following the claims of the Chinese lab leak. Chinese officials, of course, angrily denying the claim, saying you're trying to smear Beijing. But the World Health Organization says, quote, if any country has information about the origins, it is essential that that information be shared with the World Health Organization and the international scientific community. Not so as to apportion blame, but to advance our understanding of how this started so we can prevent, prepare for, and respond to future events. Yeah, the World Health Organization has not abandoned any plans to identify the origins of the pandemic. So the plot kind of thickens, right? Rolling up on 17 past the hour. See what's going on with Bargain Hunter. Hey there. Good morning. Happy Monday.
Hey, happy Monday, Steve. Wanted to check in with you about my Bluetooth. Does it sound a lot better now? Because I finally got a new one.
It is a lot clearer. Yes, it's a lot louder. That's for sure.
Okay, so I'm not talking loud either. And I normally don't work on Monday night or Sunday nights and the Monday, but Friday I got to work. They wanted me to go up to Battle Creek, Michigan with 9,500 pounds. And I don't know if you remember that storm going up through there. I checked the weather up there, and they were talking 30 to 40 mile an hour winds and 6 to 12 inches of snow. And I was like, I really don't want to be driving up on 69 to 94 with 9,500 pounds. So I talked them into letting me run in the night. So that was a lot better.
Yeah.
But also, you know, they did the same thing on Coleraine Avenue not too long ago, about 2 or 3 weeks ago. Broke into a car dealership and stole like 12 or 13 cars.
Wow, I must have. I missed that story. No, I didn't even catch that.
It happened, I want to say, on a Sunday night also, and come to find out it was, I remember they caught them all. 2 of them were juveniles, so they never released their names. And I think one was like 18 and another one was 19. But they wound up taking like, well, they smashed the car dealership windows, broke into the office, got a bunch of keys, and took off with 12 cars.
Wow.
And I think it took them a couple of days to catch them. So, I mean, it's just amazing what people are doing these days. And another thing, I tell you, I must be behind on times because I haven't been up to Michigan in a while. And I'm looking at the billboards, and they're talking about recreational marijuana at $85 an ounce you can buy.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm looking at I'm looking on the side of the road, and I can see it looks like convenience stores. And it's nothing but marijuana stuff. I was like, I didn't even know Michigan did that. And I was thinking, man, I ought to open up a pizza joint next to this place.
Right?
Do you even know in Michigan, are they recreational marijuana?
I believe you're allowed to personally possess up to like 2.5 ounces. Yes, recreational marijuana in Michigan. Correct.
I never thought I would see. I always made fun of that. I don't do it, obviously, but I never thought I'd see a sign or like a old Speedway convenience store that's selling marijuana now legally. I'm just like, wow. I'm not up to time and up to speed anymore, I guess. I thought that was hilarious, just like when I was down at the Home and Garden show. There's a guy down there selling hemp, hemp oil or whatever. I was just like, new day and age, I guess. So I just wanted to check in, make sure my Bluetooth is working a lot better. So that's about it, Steve.
Well, thank you for checking in. I pulled up the numbers here. Can anyone go to a dispensary without a card in Michigan for marijuana? For Michigan recreational adult use dispensaries, anyone 21 years or older with a valid government ID can purchase up to 2.5 ounces. Medical marijuana dispensaries, however, require a person to be only 18 years old, but they must have a valid medical marijuana card. So there you go. That's 2.5 ounces. That's, memory serves, that's a pretty decent amount for personal consumption, right? But that is the state of Michigan. All right, 21 past the hour, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Ever heard of whiskey fungus? Whiskey fungus. That's a new one on me. You won't find it in your drink, but it is aerial and apparently a real problem for the residents of Lincoln County, Tennessee. Ethanol vapors from nearby whiskey barrel houses have spawned the black muck that's covering everything nearby: homes, cars, street signs, tree bark, leaves. The fungus, properly known as, I'm not even going to try to pronounce it. It's been a problem for Lincoln County since 2018 when Jack Daniels began building barrel houses in the area. There are now 6 with plans to build 14 more. Angry residents have both health and financial worries, such as declining property values. One nearby resident says, "I'm extremely concerned. My wife has breathing problems. One of the neighbors got cancer. It's in the air. And you really probably don't want to be breathing that in." But nobody's done a test to determine if it's actually poisonous. Now, Long's wife, Christy, runs an events venue next to the barrel houses, is now suing the county zoning office. She claims it improperly approved the building permits. In the meantime, the local county chancellor issued a court order to stop construction of additional barrel houses after ruling the permit process wasn't completed. The spokeswoman for the Brown-Forman Corporation that owns the Jack Daniels barrel houses gave a statement about the order, which says, "We respect the chancellor's ruling and look forward to working with Lincoln County on updated permits. The Jack Daniel Distillery will continue to comply with regulations and industry standards regarding the design, the construction, and permitting of our barrel houses." The lawyer for Long said the ethanol vapors are known among whiskey companies as the Angel's Share. If you go to one of these distillery tours, they'll tell you about the Angel's Share that goes into the atmosphere. And unfortunately, that also results in the devil's fungus. All right. That's pretty wild. But yeah, it's never heard of the whiskey fungus. That's a new one on me. But all right, let me get to 5-7 back on board here. Yes, sir.
Currently sitting in downtown Bamberg, the girlhood home of Nikki Haley. Hey, I remember a few ago, Jack Daniels had a leak into the river and had a huge fish kill, which sort of debunked the old statement, drink like a fish.
All right.
So apparently, oh, well. Now, all right, Joe Biden, before Hutchinson, Arkansas, okay? It's not a good thing to gather up a bunch of people that want vengeance on Joe Biden. Hutchinson, they're throwing us in jail. They're shooting and killing us, okay? They're tracking us down, dragging us out of the house with a whole bunch of, 25 agents for a man that already promised he'd come up or he'd show up. By the way, 1 hour he's released because there was no case. I'm throwing all a little bit out here. So, Ed, you know what? We don't need to hear you. Just go back. We understand you come from a time where you was happy to play headsy with these Democrats, but the Democrats are trying to destroy us. They're trying to become a oligarch type of government where you won't have the choice, you won't have a vote. They're going to handle all the politics. We got to sit there and just agree with them. If you don't agree with them, they're going to put you in jail. They're going to shut you up. They're going to shut down your media, everything. So don't tell me, okay? I don't know, just enjoy your retirement plan. Big Second, you need to write him a letter or throw a paper in his head or something. But we'll leave it at that. And Joe Biden, the last place a Democrat would surely want to show.
Right. Well, hey, we got to pause there up against the clock. We'll be right back on the Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. The men's basketball coach at Texas Tech is being suspended over what school officials are calling a racially insensitive comment. According to the university, head coach Mark Adams used a biblical verse that included slaves serving their masters during an individual coaching session with a player on the team. Adams was originally issued a written reprimand after apologizing for his comments and conducted an investigation of Adams' interactions with players and staff. Adams is white, but neither the identity nor the race of the player was revealed. The Grizzlies' Ja Morant is being sidelined for at least 2 games after brandishing a gun on social media. On Friday, the 2-time NBA All-Star went live on Instagram in what appeared to be a strip club. Morant was shirtless and flashed what appeared to be a handgun next to his face. The Grizzlies announced they investigated the situation and decided Morant will be away from the team for the next 2 games. Julio Flores, USA News.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, Protect My Car is announcing a low-cost extended service plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay nothing for auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay nothing for auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-956-3162 now. Drivers who are covered by Protect My Car will not have to pay for a covered repair bill again. This auto coverage is at an all-time low, much lower than what dealerships are charging. Additionally, drivers who activate this auto coverage today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and free car rental at no additional cost. Call Protect My Car for your free quick quote today. 800-956-3162. 800-956-3162. What do you have to lose? Again, 800-956-3162.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute, Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Michiganders dominate the super farms. Wisconsinites the limited pros. Pro stocks will trek from everywhere from the Old Line State to the Lone Star State, but there is also a hometown hero in that pack, ready to take the track in Shipshewana. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radar Report. The 4th annual NTPA Shipshewana Spring Nationals is less than 3 weeks away on Friday and Saturday, March 17th and 18th at the Michiana Event Center in Shipshewana, Indiana. This week, the NTPA released the list of 63 vehicles that have been committed to appear at this event. As you'll hear in the list to follow, Shipshewana competitors originate from all across the Midwest and probably from a town near where you're listening right now. Invited Super Farm tractors include Ryan Anderson of Hoopeston, Illinois, and Checkin' Out, Jason Benser of Edwardsburg, Michigan, and Plastic Money, Lee Butts of Fairgrove, Michigan, and Press On, Charlie and Nick Capozzo from Richmond, Michigan, and Cruel Intentions, Greg and Rust Freeze from Manchester, Tennessee, and Deer Tracks, Shane Maston from Niles, Michigan, and Thumpin' Pumpkin, Gary Shavink from Reedsburg, Wisconsin, and New Attitude, Tony Sietzma from Allendale, Michigan, and the Wolverine Deer, John Silsby from Union City, Michigan, and Crop Doctor, Stan Ward Florida from Berrien Springs, Michigan, and Hammer and Hank. Chris Weidinger from Reedtown, Ohio, and J.D. Hogg. And Dave Whelan from Tipton, Michigan, and My Last Excuse. Invited 4.1 limited pro stock tractors include Jeff Ball of Lancaster, Wisconsin, and Dr. Deere, Garrett Boldry of Rochester, Indiana, and Smoke Fever, Jamie Campbell of Rossburg, Ohio, and Green Impact, Isaac Conway from Bram, Minnesota, and Operation Detonation, Bill Figgenbaum from Tripola, Iowa, and Instigator, James Geezy from Alma Center, Wisconsin, and Hicktown Hurricane, Dean Hlisky from La Center, Minnesota, and Killin' Time, Chris Lear from Reedtown, Wisconsin, and Badger Deer, Colin Lear from Reedtown, Wisconsin, and Darien Deer, John Lichty from Bern, Indiana, and Rush Hour, Kevin Lindstrom from Ellsworth, Wisconsin, and Hyper Harvester, Doug McKinley from Winnemac, Indiana, and Night Train, and Patrick Payne from Finger, Tennessee, and Bad to the Bone. Invited pro stock tractors include Tim Ammons from Hagerstown, Maryland, and the Ultimate Harvester, Tim Kane from New Palestine, Indiana, and the Red Gambler, Esden Lemke from Helenville, Wisconsin, and New Generation Plus, Robbie Lemke from Helenville, Wisconsin, and Straight Outta Line, John Link from Hereford, Texas, and Revelation Pro, Rhett Parrish from Marion, Kentucky, and El Nino, Jason Rowan from Farley, Iowa, and Instigator, and also the John Deere 8370R, Henry Smith from Blissfield, Michigan, and Radical Red, Travis Weilman from Edgerton, Wisconsin, and Die Hard Deer, Steve Wishmeyer from Seymour, Indiana, and Barely Getting By, and also Whiskey Wild, and Russ Yoder from Topeka, Indiana, and Extra Butter. We'll list the 25 remaining pullers from the ranks of the Hot Farm Tractors and Stainless Diesel Pro Stock Diesel 4x4 3.0 trucks in next week's report. Notable names mentioned thus far include 4 past or defending Grand National champions in Super Farm and 2 more in Pro Stocks. And the popcorn magnet from just down State Route 5, Russ Yoder, will bring his bright yellow Minneapolis Moline G1355, which resembles a big block of butter, to the delight of friends and fans alike. Tickets for the NTPA Ship Show on Spring Nationals are on sale now at shopntpa.com, and the entire event will be streamed at ntpa.tv. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, there you go. We'll get the rest of those names later this week. Hey, happy Monday. Coffee up. Morning, Mr. Summers and the Hot Shot Secret Nation and the great product of Stayville. One day before the full wolf moon of March. Heading up to 59 for a high today. Some rain in Fort Wayne. Looks like 40 in Sterling Heights, Michigan. And we're ready to do our thing. Back and forth. Here we go. Have a great week. There's Truck and Phil on board this Monday. Hello to Steve, Columbus, checking in. Morning, Mr. Summers and all the listeners out there. Here we go again with this Monday stuff. Our least favorite day of the week. But it will soon be over, and we'll move on to Tuesday. Hope everybody's weekend was a restful one. Yes, the coffee is brewed, the pickup's ready to roll. Time to head into town, warm up the trash wagon. Looks like we got a trip to Indianapolis in store for the day ahead. Everybody enjoy. We'll catch up again soon. Thank you much, Mr. Steve. Fayetteville, Arkansas. Man discovered a giant flying insect at a Walmart in Fayetteville. Little did he know the strange bug was actually a Jurassic-era insect that hadn't been seen in more than 50 years. Michael Skvarla was a doctoral student at the University of Arkansas at the time. He said, I went in to get milk at Walmart. Back in 2012. Noticed a large insect on the building. I remember vividly because I was walking in to get milk, saw this huge insect on the side of the building. I thought it looked interesting, so I put it in my hand and did the rest of my shopping with it between my fingers. I got home, mounted it, and properly forgot about it for almost 10 years. Flash forward to the fall of 2020. This guy, now the director of Penn State's Insect Identification Lab, re-examined the giant flying insect that he found at the Walmart. He was teaching the Entomology 432 Insect Biodiversity and Evolution course at Penn State. Now, of course, the pandemic, like so many other, forced the class to be taught remotely, and the students joined via Zoom. He used his own personal insect collection as specimen samples for this particular course. I showed the class the specimen and found that he had found at the Walmart in the Ozark Mountains. He originally classified it as an antlion, a dragonfly-like predatory insect, but then he noticed some characteristics that didn't match up with those of an antlion. It was much larger than typical antlions. The insect had a massive wingspan of nearly 2 inches. Some of the students tried to determine what species this weird insect was. We were watching what the doctor saw under his microscope, and he's talking about the features and then just kind of stopped, according to one of the doctoral candidates in entomology. We all realized together the insect was not what it was labeled and was, in fact, a super rare giant lacewing. I still remember the feeling. It was so gratifying to know the excitement doesn't dim. The wonder isn't lost. Here we are, making a true discovery in the middle of an online lab course. Well, they performed molecular DNA analysis to confirm that indeed it was a giant lacewing. It could have been 100 years since it was even in this area, and it's been years since it's been spotted anywhere near. The next closest place that they've been found is like 1,200 miles away, so very unlikely that it would have traveled that far. Okay, so the bug has been donated to the Frost Entomology Museum at Penn State, where scientists and students are researching the rare insect even further. But they say this giant lacewing is an insect from the Jurassic era, thought to be extinct since the insect mysteriously disappeared from eastern North America in the 1950s. That's pretty wild. Quite the discovery. But yeah, back with 5-7. Thanks for hanging in there.
Not a problem, man. It's a good thing my wife didn't find that bug. It didn't smash it.
Smush.
That's it. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, Joe Biden going down there, standing at the end of the Edmund Pettus Bridge, saying there's no history and a certain party, Republicans, wanted to deny the vote. Okay, let's go on the other side of that there bridge. Edmund Pettus, he is a terrible racist. Let's go on the other side of that bridge. Now, what they come across from is peonage. There was a time in America, if got caught on the street, they'll walk up to you, falsely accuse you, you owe me $20, imprison you, and then farm you out. Peonage was worse than slavery because they'll put you out in the fields, the farms, and they'd work you to death. They didn't have to worry about, like they did in slavery, taking care of you for next season. They could always find some more bodies to put in that situation. Well, before that, you did have, you had right after the Civil War, you actually had black legislatures in South Carolina, and then they passed the Jim Crow laws and bumped them out and stopped them from being able to vote in the South, and they knocked them out of power and basically put them under their whim. Let's go on back from that, the actual slavery, all the way back to the birth of this country. All right? Now let's come back across and over the Edmund Pettus Bridge where Joe Biden's standing, and McCarthy, Tim Scott, and all these Republicans need to be down there on the Edmund Pettus Bridge today and explaining this stuff. I'm a truck driver, okay? I ain't nobody. But dadgummit, when he's saying they're not teaching anything, well, and they're trying to violate their people's right to vote, everything that happened on the other side of that bridge was Democrat, not Republican, Democrat under under Jim Crow, they were hanging blacks and white Republicans in the South. It's recorded. You can look it up. And I'm telling you, they're talking about violating people's votes. Oh, really? Joe Biden? You want to talk about his election? And all these, he was behind, and then overnight he's ahead. So bad that in Fulton County, Georgia, they had the video. And then when they're doing an audit, all right, the election, the person who controls the election can't even provide evidence of the vote, which probably means that in Fulton County, Georgia, Trump was probably still winning because they can't prove that they had the vote to beat him out. So you want education? I think Republicans and I think people like Candace Owens and different people, Charlie Kirk and several others, and hey, Steve Summers of the Overnight Drive. We've been educating people left and right here. So, President, that's not the smartest place for you to stand, because all you're doing is acknowledging about the party you're a part of that put us in, and it looks like you've learned your lesson well, because now you're wanting to do the same thing to us today that you did to them back then. You just become more inclusive and want to enslave the rest of us, just like you did back then. And you hate the Constitution at the same time you swear by it. You swear at it. You violate it openly and just laugh at us. Mayorkas sit there, yeah, the borders took care of it. Yeah, really? 5 million? That mealy mouth little woman that got up there, I forget what her name is, where was she? When they were talking about this omnibus bill, right after the omnibus bill's passed, she comes up and said, we're going to have to figure out how to come up with money or a new way to make money because we ain't got none. It'd been nice if she would have been up the head of that and told everybody, that omnibus bill can't be paid for. I mean, really? We can educate, and the problem is the schools are too busy trying to confuse our children which restroom to use.
Right.
It's just...
And critical race theory, don't forget that. All right, 5-7, have a good morning. Thank you so much. So a few weeks ago, it was the Chinese spy balloons. And now we're looking at the Chinese-made cranes. Pentagon, skeptical of Chinese-made cranes being used for spying here. According to the Wall Street Journal, Pentagon officials are concerned that the ship-to-shore cranes made by the China-based manufacturer ZPMC have emerged as a possible spying tool for the Chinese government. These cranes, according to the journal, possess sophisticated sensors that can register and track the provenance and destination of containers, prompting concern that China could capture information about material being shipped in or out of our country to support military operations around the world. There's also worries of the cranes providing remote access to other parties, disrupting the flow of American goods. Yeah, cranes can be the new Huawei, according to one counterintelligence official. Now, what he's referring to was the Chinese telecom giant Huawei Technologies, whose equipment has ostensibly been banned by the U.S. after a warning it could be used to spy on Americans. It's the perfect combination of legitimate business that can masquerade as clandestine intelligence collection. In recent months, the journal notes Western law enforcement authorities have brought more attention to the threats posed by Chinese espionage, including theft of technology. As part of that, the national security officials pointed to a range of equipment manufactured in China that could facilitate either surveillance or disruptions of the U.S., including electrical transformers and baggage screening systems. course, a representative in the Chinese embassy in D.C. dismissed those concerns as paranoia-driven to obstruct trade and economic cooperation with China. Okay, it's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, as we head down the home stretch here on a back-to-work Monday. Just had an issue. All the U.S. Air Force's E-3 Sentry planes recently grounded to see if they had a faulty part that could cause their tails to fall off. That wouldn't be good. A problem that's recently been discovered on at least 24 Air Force planes. Hundreds of refueling and reconnaissance planes have already been grounded in the hunt for defective, what they call vertical terminal fitting pins, which help keep a plane's tail fin attached. In the worst case scenario, one bad pin could result in the tail fin falling off, potentially leading to a crash. You think? Air Force spokesperson wouldn't say how many Sentries needed replacement fins after their inspection last week. According to the Military Times, they did say all E-3 aircraft in the field have now been inspected. Only aircraft requiring inspection are in depot maintenance, and they'll be inspected before leaving the depot. She did confirm to the Military Times no mishaps have occurred in the E-3s due to these non-conforming pins. But it was previously reported that bad pins were found in at least 24 KC-135 Stratotanker mid-air refueling planes. Inspections for that fleet have now been completed as well. They declined to give the final tally of affected KC-135s. All right, so they've got several other planes as well that are being inspected. All affected planes in the fleets were in depot maintenance and would get new pins before leaving, according to the Air Force spokesperson. Meanwhile, under the industry headlines, a couple of tidbits as we wind things down. A semi-truck driver started his retirement a little bit early after his truck caught fire in Utah this past week. Morgan County Fire and EMS responding to a vehicle fire little before 8 in the evening back on March the 4th. Eastbound I-84 at the 103 in Morgan County, Utah. When firefighters arrived, they found a semi and trailer fully engulfed in flames near an intersection. Took several hours to extinguish the blaze. But the fire warden said that the truck driver was actually en route to Florida with a load of Rockstar energy drinks when he heard a pop under the hood. Instantly lost power gliding onto the off-ramp and went out with a blaze of glory. Most likely the turbo blew. And the rest was history. Here's the kicker, though. The operator of the truck is a 40-year veteran driver, and he was actually on his way to completing his last haul, driving this rig before retirement. He was transported by ambulance to a local hospital for observation. He was heard saying, "Well, I guess this is my way of going out in flames." We wish him the best. So that final run, going out with the bang. All right, final tidbit. Lawmakers are considering a bill that would allow officials to hold the GPS providers accountable when trucks become stuck on the notorious Smuggler's Notch segment, Vermont Route 108. We talked about this for years. There's already penalties for the truck drivers, but apparently there are too many GPS devices that are not specific, pointing out to commercial truck drivers that you cannot use or take this vehicle on the mountainous Smuggler's Notch. The text of the bill is looking to maybe fine the GPS navigation system providers, like a civil penalty of $2,000. Of course, they would leave the penalties in place for the truck drivers who get stuck on Smuggler's Notch, which is also a $1,000 first time, doubles to $2,000 for those that get stuck significantly. All right, appreciate you being with us here on a Monday. And we'll see you back at the midnight hour Eastern Time. We'll do it over again, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but dreams.